and we're also now
Do we have an audience today?
to YouTube. We are streaming live to YouTube, so we also now have that there. And so in any event, it's after 1 o'clock. I just want to say that this is the Instant Shakespeare Company. This is our first season on Zoom, but we've been reading all of Shakespeare's plays every year for 20 years. And now we're doing it here. This is, I think, about our 35th reading that we've presented on Zoom. And we're working from the first folio of the tragedy of Richard III. And so I'll just sort of, what I'd like each of us to do is just sort of introduce ourselves and say what roles we're playing, and then, I mean, in turn, obviously, and then stop your video. And then once everybody's gone, then I'll get started with the stage directions and we'll start off. Unless does anyone have any questions or concerns before we begin? Okay, well, I'm Paul Sugarman, founder of the Instant Shakespeare Company, and I will be reading King Edward.
I'm Karen Gorney, and I will be reading Richard.
I'm Mary Carbone, and I will be reading the Duke of Gloucester.
Hello, you just went past me. Okay, I'm reading The Duchess of York, Sir Gatsby, who else? I'm reading Murderer 1 and the Villain, and I'm supposedly, there's one more guy that I lost his name, but we'll find him later. Sir Blunt, right. Okay, you got me.
Hi, my name is Julie Kirshner. I'm reading Queen Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm Maureen Sugarman, and I'm reading Margaret and the Bishop of Ely.
Okay.
I'm Eleanor Elizabeth Foreman, and I'm reading Lord Hastings.
Eric
Jennifer
Carson,
Finger.
and go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm Jennifer Finger. I'm reading Tyrrell, the Cardinal, Sir Walter Herbert, and Lord Grey.
Derek Tarson, I'm reading Clarence, Edward, son of Clarence, and Prince Edward.
Kenneth Wayne, I'm doing Ratcliffe and the second murderer.
My name is Anton. I'm playing Dorset.
All righty then, let us begin the tragedy.
Playing Richard III.
I'm Karen. I'm playing Richard III. Hello.
Okay, hello.
All right. Act 1, Scene 1. Actus prima, scena prima. Enter Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Solo.
Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this son of York, and all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now are our brows bound with victorious wreaths, our bruised arms hung up for monuments, our stern alarums changed to merry meetings, our dreadful marches to delightful measures. Grim-visaged war hath smoothed this wrinkled front, and now, instead of mounting barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber to the lascivious pleasings of a lute. But I, that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass, I that am rudely stamped and want love's majesty to strut before a wanton ambling nymph, I that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated by feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time into this breathing world, scarce half made up, and that so lamely and unfashionable that dogs bark at me as I hold by them. Why, I, in this weak, piping time of peace, have no delight to pass away the time, unless to see my shadow in the sun and descant on my own deformity. And therefore, since I cannot prove a lover, to entertain these fair, well-spoken days, I am determined to prove a villain, and hate the idle pleasures of these days. Plots have I laid, inductions dangerous, by drunken prophecies, libels, and dreams, to set my brother Clarence and the king in deadly hate, one against the other. And if King Edward be as true and just as I am subtle, false, and treacherous, this day should Clarence closely be mewed up about a prophecy which says that G of Edward's heirs the murderer shall be. Dive thoughts into my soul here, Clarence comes.
Enter Clarence and Brackenbury, guarded.
Good day. What means this armed guard that waits upon your grace?
His Majesty, tendering my person's safety, hath appointed this conduct to convey me to the Tower.
Upon what cause?
Because my name is George.
Alack, my lord, that fault is none of yours. He should for that commit your godfathers. Oh, belike his Majesty has some intent that you should be new christened in the Tower. But what's the matter, Clarence, may I know?
Yea, Richard, when I know. But I protest as yet I do not. But as I can learn, he hearkens after prophecies and dreams, and from the crossroad plucks the letter G, and says a wizard told him that by G his issue disinherited should be. And for my name of George begins with G, it follows in his thoughts that I am he. These, as I learn, and such like toys as these, have moved his highness to commit me now.
Why, this is it, when men are ruled by women. 'Tis not the king that sends you to the Tower, my Lady Grey, his wife, Clarence, 'tis she that tempts him to this harsh extremity. Was it not she, then that good man of worship, Anthony Woodville, her brother there, that made him send Lord Hastings to the Tower? From whence this present day he is delivered. We're not safe, Clarence, we're not safe.
By heaven, I think there is no man secure but the queen's kindred and night-walking heralds that trudge betwixt the king and Mistress Shore. Heard you not what a humble suppliant Lord Hastings was for her delivery?
Humbly complaining to her deity, got my Lord Chamberlain his liberty. I'll tell you what, I think it is our way, if we will keep in favor with the king, to be her men and wear her livery. The jealous, o'erworn widow and herself, since that our brother dubbed them gentlewomen, are mighty gossips in our monarchy.
I beseech your graces both to pardon me. His Majesty hath straitly given in charge that no man shall have private conference of what degree soever with your brother.
Even so. And please your worship, Brackenbury, you may partake of anything we say. We speak no treason, man. We say the king is wise and virtuous, and his noble queen well struck in years, fair, not jealous. We say Shore's wife has a pretty foot, a cherry lip, a bonny eye, a passing pleasing tongue. And what the queen's kindred are made gentle folks. How say you, sir? Can you deny all this?
With this, my lord, myself have naught to do.
Naught to do with Mistress Shore? I tell thee, fellow, he that doth naught with her, excepting one, were best to do it secretly alone.
What one, my lord?
Her husband, knave, wouldst thou betray me?
I do beseech your grace to pardon me, and withal forbear your conference with the noble duke.
We know thy charge, Brackenbury, and will obey.
We are the queen's abjects and must obey. Brother, farewell. And whatsoe'er you will employ me in, were it to call King Edward's widow sister, I will perform it to enfranchise you. Meantime, this deep disgrace in brotherhood touches me deeper than you can imagine.
I know it pleaseth neither of us well.
Well, your imprisonment shall not be long. I will deliver you or else lie for you. Meantime, have patience.
I must perforce. Farewell.
Exit Clarence.
Go, tread the path that thou shalt ne'er return. Simple, plain Clarence, I do love thee so that I will shortly send thy soul to heaven, if heaven will take thee present at our hands. But who comes here? The new delivered Hastings.
Enter Lord Hastings.
Good time of day unto my gracious lord.
And as much to you, my good Lord Chamberlain. Well, are you welcome to this open air? How have your lordship brooked imprisonment?
With patience, noble lord, as prisoners must, but I shall live, my lord, to give them thanks that were the cause of my imprisonment.
No doubt, no doubt, and so shall Clarence too, for they that were your enemies are his, and have prevailed as much on him as you.
More pity that the eagles should be mewed while kites and buzzards play at liberty.
What news abroad?
No news so bad abroad as this at home. The king is sickly, weak and melancholy, and his physicians fear him mightily.
Now by St. John, that news is bad indeed. Oh, he hath kept an evil diet long, and overmuch consumed his royal person. 'Tis very grievous to be thought upon. Where is he? In his bed?
He is.
Go you before, and I will follow.
Exit Hastings.
He cannot live long, and must not die till George be packed with post horse up to heaven. I'll in to urge his hatred more to Clarence, with lies well steeled with weighty arguments. And if I fail not in my deep intent, Clarence hath not another day to live, which done, God take King Edward to his mercy, and leave the world for me to bustle in. For then I'll marry Warwick's youngest daughter. What though I killed her husband and her father? The readiest way to make the wench amends is to become her husband and her father, the which will I, not all so much for love as for another secret close intent by marrying her, which I must reach into. But yet I run before my horse to market. Clarence still breathes, Edward still lives and reigns. When they're gone, then must I count my gains.
All right, enter. We need to take a sort of, I apologize, we'll have a brief pause because I believe I wondered what had happened to our Lady Anne, and I think that she is about to get on. I'm gonna give her just a moment to see if she can get here, because if not, Maren will go on and let's see. Well, so we get to learn a lot about Richard in that first scene, don't we? I don't usually do inter-scene commentaries, but I'm just gonna go for maybe another 30 seconds to see if she can make it. And so, yeah, I apologize for this this confusion, but we get already one of the things that Shakespeare does so wonderfully with Richard is actually talking to the audience and getting us as the audience on their side, and then sort of making very clear what he's doing, playing to these other parts as he sort of is moving them around the chessboard. I want to recommend an old non-Shakespeare movie called The Tower of London, which deals with Richard III, with Basil Rathbone as Richard III and Boris Karloff as his murderer Mord. And so in any event, let me just see. It's an old black and white thing from a lot of the same people who were in Robin Hood are in it, but it's in black and white. So the guy who played King Richard in Robin Hood is Edward in that. But in any event, I'm not seeing her getting on. So I apologize for this. And so yeah, Maren, if you could just step in for Anne, and then if she manages, if Aidan manages to get in, we'll let her take over. But thank you for your patience. Scena secunda. Enter the course of Henry VI with halberds to guard it, Lady Anne being the mourner.
Set down your honorable load, if honor may be shrouded in a hearse. Whilst I obsequiously lament the untimely fall of virtuous Lancaster, poor key cold figure of a holy king, pale ashes of the house of Lancaster, thou bloodless remnant of that royal blood, be it lawful that I invocate thy ghost to hear the lamentations of poor Anne, wife to thy Edward, to thy slaughtered son, stabbed by thy selfsame hand that made these wounds, low in these windows that let forth thy life. I pour the helpless balm of my poor eyes. Oh, cursed be the hand that made these holes. Curse the heart that had the heart to do it. Curse the blood that let this blood from hence. More direful have betide that hated wretch that makes us wretched by the death of thee, than I can wish to wolves, to spiders' toes, or any creeping venom thing that lives. If ever he have child, abortive be it, prodigious and untimely brought to light, whose ugly and unnatural aspect may fright the hopeful mother at the view, and that be heir to his unhappiness. If ever he have wife, let her be made more miserable by the death of him than I am made by my young lord and thee. Come now towards Chertsey with your holy load, taken from the palls to be interred there. And still as you are weary of this weight, rest you, whilst I lament King Henry's course.
Enter Richard, Duke of Gloucester.
Stay, you that bear the course, and set it down.
What black magician conjures up this fiend to stop devoted charitable deeds?
Villains, set down the course, or by St. Paul, I'll make a course of him that disobeys.
My lord, stand back and let the coffin pass.
Unmannered dog, standst thou when I command? Advance thy halberd higher than my breast, or by St. George, I'll strike thee to my foot and spurn upon thee, beggar, for thy boldness.
What? Do you tremble? Are you all afraid? Alas, I blame you not, for you are mortal, and mortal eyes cannot endure the devil. Avaunt, thou dreadful minister of hell! Thou hadst but power over his mortal body. His soul thou canst not have. Therefore be gone.
Sweet saint, for charity, be not so cursed.
Foul devil, for God's sake hence, and trouble us not. For thou hast made the happy earth thy hell, filled it with cursing cries and deep exclaims. If thou delight to view thy heinous deeds, behold this pattern of thy butcheries. Oh, gentlemen, see dead Henry's wounds. Open their congealed mouths and bleed afresh. Blush, thou lump of foul deformity, for 'tis thy presence that exhales this blood. From cold and empty veins where no blood dwells, thy deeds, inhuman and unnatural, provokes this deluge most unnatural. Oh, God, which this blood had madest revenge his death. O earth, which this blood drinkst, revenge his death. Either heaven and with lightning strike the murderer dead, or earth gape open wide and eat him quick, as thou dost swallow up this good king's blood, which his hell-governed arm hath butchered.
Lady, you know no rules of charity, which renders good for bad, blessings for curses.
Villain, thou know'st nor law of God nor man. No beast so fierce but knows some touch of pity.
But I know none, therefore I am no beast.
Oh, wonderful when devils tell the truth.
More wonderful when angels are so angry. Vouchsafe divine perfection of a woman of these supposed crimes to give me leave by circumstance, but to acquit myself.
Vouchsafe diffused infection of a man of these known evils, but to give me leave by circumstance to curse thy cursed self.
Fairer than tongue can name thee, let me have some patient leisure to excuse myself.
fouler than heart can think thee. Thou canst make no excuse current, but to hang thyself.
By such despair I should accuse myself.
And by despairing shalt thou stand excused, for doing worthy vengeance on thyself, that didst unworthy slaughter upon others.
Say that I slew them not.
Then say they were not slain, but dead they are, and devilish slave by thee.
I did not kill thy husband.
Oh, why then he is alive.
Nay, he's dead and slain by Edward's hands.
In thy foul throat thou liest. Queen Margaret saw thy murderous falchion smoking in his blood, the which thou once didst bend against her breast, but that thy brothers beat aside the point.
I was provoked by her slanderous tongue that laid their guilt upon my guiltless shoulders.
Thou wast provoked by thy bloody mind, that never dream'st on aught but butcheries. Didst thou not kill this king?
I grant ye.
Just grant me, hedgehog. Then God grant me too. Thou mayst be damned for that wicked deed. Oh, he was gentle, mild, and virtuous.
Was it better for the King of heaven that hath him?
He is in heaven where thou shalt never come.
Let him thank me that help him to send him hither, for he was fitter for that place than earth.
And thou unfit for any place but hell.
Yes, one place, if you will hear me name it.
Some dungeon.
Your bedchamber.
Ill rest betide the chamber where thou liest.
So it will, madam, till I lie with you.
I hope so.
I know so. But gentle Lady Anne, let's leave this keen encounter of our wits and fall to something into a slower method. Is not the causer of the timeless deaths of these Plantagenets, Henry and Edward, as blameful as the executioner?
Thou wast the cause and the most accursed effect.
Your beauty was the cause of that effect. Your beauty that did haunt me in my sleep to undertake the death of all the world, so I might live 1 hour in your sweet bosom.
If I thought that, I tell thee, homicide, these nails should rent that beauty from my cheeks.
These eyes could not endure that beauty's rack. You should not blemish it. If I stood by as all the world is cheered by the sun, so I by that. It is my day, my life.
Black night o'ershade thy day, and death thy life.
Curse not thyself, fair creature, thou art both.
I would I were to be revenged on thee.
It is a quarrel most unnatural to be revenged on him that loveth thee.
And it is a quarrel just and reasonable to be revenged on him that killed my husband.
He that bereft the lady of thy husband did it to help thee to a better husband.
His better does not breathe upon the earth.
He lives that loves thee better than he could.
Name him.
Plantagenet.
Why, that was he.
The self-same name, but one of better nature.
Where is he?
Here.
Spits at him.
Why dost thou spit at me?
Would it were mortal poison for thy sake.
Never came poison from so sweet a place.
Never hung poison on a fouler toad. Out of my sight, thou dost infect mine eyes.
Thine eyes, sweet lady, have infected mine.
Would they were basilisks to strike thee dead.
I would they were, that I might die at once, for now they kill me with a living death. Those eyes of thine from mine have drawn salt tears, shamed their aspects with store of childish drops. These eyes, which never shed remorseful tear, nor when my father York and Edward wept, to hear the piteous moan that Rutland made when black-faced Clifford shook his sword at them, nor when thy warlike father, like a child, told the sad story of my father's death, and 20 times made pause to sob and weep. that all the standers by had wet their cheeks like trees bedashed with rain. In that sad time many manly eyes did scorn a humble tear, and what these sorrows could not thence exhale, thy beauty hath, and made them blind with weeping. I never sued to friend or enemy. My tongue never learned sweet smoothing word. But now thy beauty is proposed my fee. My proud heart sues, and prompts my tongue to speak.
She looks scornfully at him.
Teach not thy lips such scorn, for it was made for kissing, lady, not for such contempt. If thy revengeful heart cannot forgive, lo, here I lend thee this sharp-pointed sword, which if thou please to hide in this true breast, and let the soul forth that adoreth thee, I lay it naked to the deadly stroke, and humbly beg the death upon my knee.
He lays his breast open. She offers at with his sword.
Nay, do not pause, for I did kill King Henry, but 'twas thy beauty that provoked me. Nay, now dispatch. 'Twas I that stabbed young Edward, but 'twas thy heavenly face that set me on.
She falls the sword.
Take up the sword again, or take up me.
Arise, dissembler, though I wish thy death. I will not be thy executioner.
Then bid me kill myself, and I will do it.
I have already.
That was in thy rage. Speak it again, and even with the word, this hand which for thy love did kill thy love, shall for thy love kill a far truer love. To both their death shalt thou be accessory.
I would I knew thy heart.
It's figured in my tongue.
I fear me both are false.
And never man was true.
Well, put up your sword.
And say my peace is made.
That shalt thou know hereafter.
That shall I live in hope?
All men, I hope, live so.
Vouchsafe to wear this ring. Look how my ring encompasseth thy finger, even though my breast encloseth my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both are thine. And if thy poor devoted servant may but beg one favor at thy gracious hand, thou dost confirm his happiness forever.
What is it?
That it please you, leave these sad designs to him that hath most cause to be a mourner, and presently repair to Crosby House, where, after I have solemnly interred at Chertsey Monastery this noble king, and wet his grave with my repentant tears, I will with all expedient duty see you. For divers unknown reasons, I beseech you, grant me this thy boon.
With all my heart, and much it joys me too. See, you are become so penitent. Trestle and Barclay, go along with me.
Bid me farewell.
'Tis more than you deserve. But since you teach me how to flatter you, imagine I have said farewell already.
Exit 2 with Anne. Towards Chertsey, noble lord?
No, to Whitefriars there attend my coming.
Exit course.
Is ever woman in this humor wooed? Is ever woman in this humor won? I'll have her, but I will not keep her long. What that I killed her husband and his father, to take her in her heart's extremest hate, with curses in her mouth, tears in her eyes, the bleeding witness of my hatred by, having God, her conscience, and these bars against me, and I, no friends to back my suit withal, but the plain devil and dissembling looks, and yet to win her, all the world to nothing. Hath she forgot already that brave Prince Edward, her lord, whom I, some 3 months since, stabbed in my angry mood at Tewkesbury, a sweeter and a lovelier gentleman, framed in the prodigality of nature, young, valiant, wise, and no doubt right royal, the spacious world cannot again afford.
Doesn't love you.
And yet she abased her eyes on me, that cropped the golden prime of this sweet prince, and made her widow to a woeful bed. On me, whose all lot equals Edward's moiety, on me, that halts and am misshapen thus, my dukedom to a beggarly denier. I did mistake my personal this while. Upon my life, she finds, although I cannot, myself to be a marvelous proper man, albeit charges for a looking glass, and entertain a score or two of tailors to study fashions and adorn my body, since I am crept in favor with myself. I will maintain it with some little cost. But first I'll turn yon fellow in his grave, and then return, lamenting, to my love. Shine out, fair sun, till I have bought a glass, that I may see my shadow as I pass.
Exit, Scena Tertia. Enter the Queen Mother, Lord Rivers, and Lord Grey.
Have patience, madam. There's no doubt your majesty. There we go. Have patience, madam. There is no doubt your majesty will soon recover his accustomed health.
And that you brook it ill, it makes him worse. Therefore, for God's sake, entertain good comfort and cheer his grace with quick and merry eyes.
If you were dead, what would betide of me?
Oh, other harm but loss of such a lord.
Loss of such a lord includes all harm.
The heavens have blessed you with a godly son to be your comforter when he is gone.
Oh, he is young, and his minority is put into the trust of Richard Gloucester, a man that loves not me, nor none of you.
It is concluded that he shall be protector?
It is determined, not concluded yet, but so it must be if the king miscarry.
Enter Buckingham and Derby.
Here comes the Lord of Buckingham and Derby.
Good time of day unto your royal grace.
God make your majesty joyful as you have been.
Countess Richmond, good my lord of Derby, to your good prayers will scarcely say amen. Yet Derby, notwithstanding she's your wife, and loves not me, be you, good lord, assured I hate not you for her proud arrogance.
I do beseech you, either not believe the envious slanders of her false accusers, or if she be accused in true report, bear with her weakness, which I think proceeds from wayward sickness and no grounded malice.
Saw you the king today, my lord of Derby?
But now the Duke of Buckingham and I are come from visiting his majesty.
What likelihood of his amendment, lords?
Madam, good hope. His grace speaks cheerfully.
God grant him health. Did you confer with him?
Aye, madam. He desires to make atonement between the Duke of Gloucester and your brothers, and between them and my Lord Chamberlain, and sent to warn them to his royal presence.
Would all were well, but that will never be. I fear our happiness is at its highest.
Enter Richard.
They do me wrong, and I will not endure it. Who is it that complains unto the king that I, forsooth, am stern and love them not? By holy Paul, they love his grace but lightly, that fill his ears with such dissentious rumors, because I cannot flatter and look fair, smile in men's faces, smooth, deceive, and cog, duck with French nods and apish courtesy. I must be held a rancorous enemy? Cannot a plain man live? and think no harm, but thus his simple truth must be abused with silken, sly, insinuating jacks?
To whom are all these presents speech and grace?
To thee, that hast not honesty nor grace. When have I injured thee? When done thee wrong? Or thee, or any of your faction? A plague upon you all. This royal grace, whom God preserved better than you would wish, cannot be scarce a breathing while, but you must trouble him with your lewd complaints.
Brother of Gloucester, you mistake the matter. The king of his own royal disposition, and not provoked by any suitor else, aiming belike at your interior hatred, which in your outward action shows itself against my kindred, brothers, and myself, makes him to sin, that therefore he may gather the ground of your ill will, and to remove it.
I cannot tell. The world has grown so bad that wrens make prey where eagles dare not perch. Since every jack became a gentleman, there's many a gentle person made a jack.
Come, we know your meaning, Brother Gloucester. You envy my advancement and my friends. God grant we may never have need of you.
Meantime, God grants that I have need of you. Our brother is imprisoned by your means, myself disgraced, and the nobility held in contempt, while great promotions are daily given to ennoble those that scarce some 2 days since were worth a noble.
By him that raised me to this careful height, from that contented hap which I enjoyed, I never did incense your majesty against the Duke of Gloucester, but have been an earnest advocate to plead for him. My lord, you do me shameful injury falsely to draw me in these vile suspects.
You may deny that you were not the mean of my Lord Hastings' late imprisonment.
She may, my lord, for...
She may, Lord Rivers. Why, who knows not so? She may do more, sir, than denying that. She may help you to many fair preferments, and then deny her aiding hand therein, and lay those honors on your high desert. What may she not? She may marry, may she?
What? Marry, may she?
What marry may she? Marry with a king, a bachelor, and a handsome stripling too. I wish your grandam had a worse match.
My lord of Gloucester, I have too long borne your blunt upbraidings and your bitter scoffs. By heaven, I will acquaint his majesty with these gross taunts I often have endured. I'd rather be a country servant maid than a great queen with this condition, to be thus taunted, scorned, and baited at. Oh, small joy have I in being England's queen.
Enter old Queen Margaret.
And lessened be that small. God, I beseech him. Thy honor, state, and seat is due to me.
What, threat you me with telling of the king? I will vouchsafe in the presence of the king. I dare adventure to be sent to the tower. 'Tis time to speak. My pains are quite forgot.
Out, devil! I do remember them too well. Thou killedst my husband, Henry, in the Tower, and Edward, my poor son, at Tewkesbury.
Ere you were queen, I, or your husband king. I was a packhorse in his great affairs, a weeder out of his proud adversaries, a liberal rewarder of his friends. To royalize his blood, I spent mine own.
Aye, and much better blood than his or thine.
In all which time, you and your husband Grey were factious for the house of Lancaster, and Rivers so were you. Was not your husband in Margaret's battle at St. Albans slain? Let me put in your minds, if you forget, what you have been ere this, and what you are now, withal what I have been and what I am.
A murderous villain, and so still thou art.
Poor Clarence did forsake his father Warwick, aye, and forswore himself with Jesu pardon.
Which God revenge.
to fight on Edward's party for the crown, and for his meed poor lordy is mewed up. I would to God my heart were flint like Edward's, or Edward soft and pitiful like mine. I am too childish, foolish for this world.
Hie thee to hell for shame, and leave this world, thou cacodemon, there thy kingdom is.
My lord of Gloucester, in those busy days which have you urged to prove us enemies, we followed them, our lord, our lawful king. So should we you, if you should be our king.
If I should be, I'd rather be a peddler. Far be it from my heart the thought thereof.
Little joy, my love, as my lord, as you suppose you should enjoy, were you this country's king. As little joy may you suppose in me that I enjoy, being the queen thereof.
A little joy enjoys the queen thereof, for I am she, and altogether joyless. I can no longer hold me patient. Hear me, you wrangling pirates that fall out, in sharing that which you have pilled from me. Which of you trembles not that looks on me? If not that I am queen, you bow like subjects, yet that by you deposed you quake like rebels. Ah, gentle villain, do not turn away.
Foul, wrinkled witch, what makest thou in my sight?
But repetition of what thou hast marred, that will I make before I let thee go.
Would thou not banish it on pain of death?
I was, but I do find more pain in banishment than death can yield me here by my abode. A husband and a son thou owest to me, and thou a kingdom. All of you allegiance. This sorrow that I have by right is yours, and all the pleasures you usurp are mine.
The curse thy noble father laid on thee when thou didst crown his warlike brows with paper, and with thy scorns drew rivers from his eyes, and then to dry them gave the duke a clout steeped in the faultless blood of pretty Rutland. His curses then, from bitterness of soul denounced against thee, are all fallen upon thee, and God, not we, hath plagued thy bloody deed.
So just is God to right the innocent.
Tyrants themselves.
Oh, 'twas the foulest deed to slay that babe, and the most merciless that e'er was heard of.
Tyrants themselves wept when it was reported.
No man but prophesied revenge for it.
Northumberland, then present, wept to see it.
What? Were you snarling all before I came? Ready to catch each other? Ready to catch each other by the throat and turn you all your hatred now on me? Did York's dread curse prevail so much with heaven that Henry's death, my lovely Edward's death, their kingdom's loss, my woeful banishment should all but answer for that peevish brat? Can curses pierce the clouds and enter heaven? Why then, give way, dull clouds, to my quick curses. Though not by war, by surfeit die your king, as ours by murder to make him a king. Edward thy son that now is Prince of Wales, for Edward our son that was Prince of Wales die in his youth by like untimely violence. Thyself a queen, for me that was a queen, outlive thy glory like my wretched self. Long mayst thou live to wail thy children's death, and see another as I see thee now, decked in thy rights as thou art stalled in mine. Long die thy happy days before thy death, and after many lengthened hours of grief, die neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Rivers and Dorset, you were standers by. And so wast thou, Lord Hastings, when my son was stabbed with bloody daggers. God, I pray him that none of you may live his natural age, but by some unlooked accident cut off.
Have done thy charm. you hateful withered hag.
And leave out thee? Stay, dog, for thou shalt hear me. If heaven hath any grievous plague in store, exceeding those that I can wish upon thee, oh, let them keep it till thy sins be ripe, and then hurl down their indignation on thee, the troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still gnaw thy soul. Thy friends suspect for traitors while thou liv'st, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends. No sleep close up that deadly eye of thine, unless it be while some tormenting dream affrights thee with a hell of ugly devils. Thou elvish market abortive rooting hog, thou that was sealed in thy nativity, the slave of nature and the son of hell, thou slanderer of thy heavy mother's womb, thou loathed issue of thy father's loins, thou rag of honor, thou detested
Margaret!
Richard,
Ha!
I call thee not.
I cry thee mercy then, for I did think that thou hast called me all these bitter names.
Why, so I did, but looked for no reply. Oh, let me make the period to my curse.
'Tis done by me and ends in Margaret.
Thus have you breathed your curse against yourself.
Poor, painted queen, vain flourish of my fortune. Why strew'st thou sugar on that bottled spider, whose deadly web ensnareth thee about? Fool, fool, thou whetst a knife to kill thyself. The day will come that thou shalt wish for me to help thee curse this poisonous bunchback toad.
False boding woman, end thy frantic curse, lest to thy harm thou move our patience.
Foul shame upon you! You have all moved mine.
Were you well served, you will be taught your duty.
To serve me well, you all should do me duty. Teach me to be your queen, and you my subjects. Oh, serve me well, and teach yourselves that duty.
Dispute not with her, she is lunatic.
Peace, Master Marquis, you are malapert. Your fire new stamp of honor is scarce current. Oh, that your young nobility could judge what 'twere to lose it and be miserable. They that stand high have many blasts to shake them, and if they fall, they dash themselves to pieces.
Good counsel, marry, learn it, and learn it, Marquis.
It touches you, my lord, as much as me.
Aye, and much more, but I was born so high, our eyrie buildeth in the cedar's top, and dallies with the wind that scorns the sun.
And turns the sun to shade, alas, alas. Witness my son, now in the shade of death, whose bright outshining beams thy cloudy wrath hath in eternal darkness folded up. Your eyrie buildeth in our eyrie's nest. O God that seest it, do not suffer it. As it is one with blood lost, be it so.
Peace, peace for shame, if not for charity.
Urge neither charity nor shame to me. Uncharitably with me have you dealt, and shamefully my hopes by you are butchered. My charity is outrage, life my shame, and in that shame still my sorrows rage.
Done, have done.
Oh, princely Buckingham, I'll kiss thy hand, in sign of league and amity with thee. Now, fair befall thee and thy noble house. Thy garments are not spotted with our blood, nor thou within the compass of my curse.
No one here. The curses never pass the lips of those that breath them in the air.
I will not think, but they ascend the sky, and there awake God's gentle sleeping peace. O Buckingham, take heed of yonder dog. Look, when he fawns, he bites. And when he bites, his venom tooth will rankle to the death. Have naught to do with him, beware of him. Since death and hell have set their marks on him, and all their ministers attend on him.
What does she say, Lord Buckingham?
Nothing that I respect, my gracious lord.
What, dost thou scorn me for my gentle counsel? And sooth the devil that I warn thee from. Oh, but remember this another day, when he shall split thy very heart with sorrow, and say, poor Margaret was a prophetess. Leave each of you the subjects of his hate, and he to yours, and all of you to God's.
Exit.
Hair doth stand the end to hear her curses.
And so doth mine. I must while she's at liberty.
I cannot blame her. By God's holy mother, she hath had too much wrong, and I repent my part thereof that I have done to her.
I never did her any, to my knowledge.
Yet you have all advantage of her wrong. I was too hot to do somebody good that is too cold in thinking of it now. Marry, as for Clarence, he is well repaid. He is franked up to fatting for his pains. God pardon them that are the cause of thereof.
A virtuous and a Christian-like conclusion, to pray for them that have done scathe to us.
So do I ever, being well advised. For I had cursed myself.
Enter Catesby.
Madam, his majesty doth call for you, and for your grace, and yours, my gracious lord.
Catesby, we come. Lords, will you go with us?
Madam, we will attend your grace.
Exit all but Gloucester.
I do the wrong and first begin to brawl. The secret mischiefs that I set abroach, I lay unto the grievous charge of others. Clarence, who I indeed have cast in darkness, I do beweep to many simple gulls, namely to Derby, Hastings, Buckingham, and tell them 'tis the queen and her allies that stir the king against the duke my brother. Now they believe it, and withal wet me to be revenged upon Rivers Dorset Grey. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them that God bids us do good for evil, and thus I cloak my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen forth of the holy writ, and seem a saint when most I play the devil.
Enter two murderers.
But soft, here come my executioners. How now, my hardy, stout, resolved mates? Are you now going to dispatch this thing?
We are, my lord, and come to have the warrant that we may be admitted what he is.
Well thought upon. I have it here about me. When you have done, repair to Crosby Place, but sirs, be sudden in the execution withal obdurate. Do not hear him plead, for Clarence is well spoken, and perhaps may move your hearts to pity, if you mark him.
My lord, we will not stand to prate. Talkers are no good doers, be assured. We go to use our hands and not our tongues.
Your eyes drop millstones when fools' eyes fall tears. I like you, lads. About your business straight. Go, dispatch.
We will, my noble lord.
Scene quarta. Enter Clarence and the keeper. Oh, I look your grace so heavily today.
Oh, I have passed a miserable night, so full of fearful dreams, of ugly sights, that as I am a Christian faithful man, I would not spend another such a night, though 'twere to buy a world of happy days. So full of dismal terror was the time.
What was your dream, my lord? I pray you tell me.
Methoughts that I had broken from the tower, and was embarked to cross to Burgundy, and in my company my brother Gloucester, who, from my cabin tempted me to walk upon the hatches. There we looked toward England and sighted up 1,000 heavy times during the wars of York and Lancaster that had befallen us. As we paced along upon the giddy footing of the hatches, methought that Gloucester stumbled and in falling struck me, that thought to stay him overboard into the tumbling billows of the main. Oh Lord, methought what pain it was to drown, what dreadful noise of water in mine ears, what sights of ugly death within mine eyes. Methoughts I saw 1,000 fearful wrecks, 1,000 men that fishes gnawed upon, wedges of gold, great anchors, heaps of pearl, inestimable stones, unvalued jewels, all scattered in the bottom of the sea. Some lay in dead men's skulls, and in the holes where eyes did once inhabit, there were crept, as 'twere in scorn of eyes, reflecting gems, that wooed the slimy bottom of the deep, and mocked the dead bones that laid scattered by.
Had you such leisure in the time of death to gaze upon these secrets of the deep?
Methought I had, and often did I strive to yield the ghost, but still the envious flood stopped in my soul, and would not let it forth to find the empty, vast, and wandering air, but smothered it within my panting bulk, whom almost burst to belch it in the sea.
Await you not in this sore agony?
No, no. My dream was lengthened after life. Oh, then began the tempest to my soul. I passed, methought, the melancholy flood with that sour ferryman which poets write of, unto the kingdom of perpetual night. The first that there did greet my stranger soul was my great father-in-law, renowned Warwick, who spake aloud, "What scourge for perjury can this dark monarchy afford false Clarence?" And so he vanished. Then he came wandering by, a shadow like an angel with bright hair, dabbled in blood, and he shrieked aloud, "Clarence is come, false, fleeting, perjured Clarence, that stabbed me in the field by Tewkesbury. Seize on him, furies, take him under torment." With that, methought, a legion of foul fiends environed me, and howled in mine ears such hideous cries that with the very noise I, trembling, waked, and for a season after could not believe but that I was in hell. Such terrible impression made my dream.
No marvel, Lord, though it affrighted you, I am afraid, methinks, to hear you tell it.
Oh, keeper, keeper, I have done these things that now give evidence against my soul, for Edward's sake, and see how he requites me. Oh God, if my deep prayers cannot appease thee, but thou wilt be avenged on my misdeeds, yet execute thy wrath in me alone. Oh, spare my guiltless wife and my poor children. Keeper, I prithee sit by me a while. My soul is heavy, and I fain would sleep.
I will, my lord. God give your grace good rest. And Joe Brackenbury, the lieutenant. Sorrow breaks seasons and reposing hours, makes the night morning and the noontide night. Princes have but their titles for their glories, an outward honor for an inward toil, and for unfelt imaginations they often feel a world of restless cares. So that between their titles and low name there's nothing differs but the outward fame. Enter two murderers.
Oh, who's here?
What wouldst thou, fellow, and how camest thou hither?
I would speak with Clarence, and I came hither on my legs.
What, so brief?
'Tis better than to be tedious. Let him see our commission and talk no more.
Reads, I am in this commanded to deliver the noble Duke of Clarence to your hands. I will not reason what is meant hereby, because I will be guiltless from the meaning. There lies the Duke asleep, and there the keys. All to the king, and signify to him that thus I have resigned to you my charge. Exit.
You may, sir, 'tis a point of wisdom. Very well.
What? Shall we stab him as he sleeps?
No, he'll say it was done cowardly. When he wakes,
When he wakes? Why, fool, he shall never wake until the great judgment day.
why then I'll tell him we stabbed him sleeping.
The urging of that word judgment hath bred a kind of remorse in me.
What, art thou afraid?
Not to kill him, having a warrant for it, but to be damned for killing him, from the which no warrants can defend me.
I thought thou hadst been resolute.
So I am, to let him live.
I'll back to the Duke of Gloucester and tell him so.
Nay, I pray thee, stay a little. I hope my holy humour will change. It was wont to hold me but while one tells 20.
How dost thou feel thyself now?
Faith, some certain dregs of conscience are yet within me.
I remember a reward when the deed's done.
Zoons, he dies. I had forgot the reward.
Where's thy conscience now?
Duke of Gloucester's purse.
When he opens his purse to give a reward, the conscience flies out.
Is no matter, let it go. As few or none will entertain it.
What if it come to thee again?
I'll not meddle with it. It makes a man a coward. A man cannot steal, but it accuseth him. A man cannot swear, but it checks him. A man cannot lie with his neighbor's wife, but it detects him. 'Tis a blushing, shamefaced spirit that mutinies in a man's bosom. It fills one full of obstacles. It made me once restore a purse of gold that by chance I found. It beggars any man that keeps it. It is turned out of all towns and cities for a dangerous thing, and every man that means to live well endeavors to trust to himself and live without it.
'Tis even now at my elbow, persuading me not to kill the Duke.
Take the devil in thy mind and believe him not. He would insinuate with thee but to make thee sigh.
I am strong framed, he cannot prevail with me.
Spoke like a tall fellow that respects his reputation. Come, shall we fall to work?
Take him on the costard with the hilts of thy sword, and then throw him into the Malmesme butte in the next room.
Oh, excellent device, and make a sop of him.
Oh, soft, he wakes.
Strike!
No, we'll reason with him.
Where art thou, keeper? Give me a cup of wine. Where art thou, keeper?
You shall have wine enough, my lord, anon.
In God's name, what art thou?
A man as you are,
But not as I am royal.
nor you as we are, loyal.
Thy voice is thunder, but thy looks are humble.
My voice is now the king's, my looks mine own.
How darkly and how deadly dost thou speak. Your eyes do menace me. Why look you pale? Who sent you hither? Wherefore do you come? To murder me?
Aye.
You scarcely have the hearts to tell me so, and therefore cannot have the hearts to do it. Wherein, my friends, have I offended you?
Offend us you have not, but the king?
I shall be reconciled to him again.
Never, my lord. Therefore prepare to die.
Are you drawn forth among a world of men to slay the innocent? What is my offense? Where is the evidence that doth accuse me? What lawful quest have given their verdict up unto the frowning judge? Or who pronounced the bitter sentence of poor Clarence's death? Before I be convicted by course of law, that threaten me with death is most unlawful. I charge you, as you hope for any goodness, that you depart and lay no hands on me. The deed you undertake is damnable.
What we will do, we do upon command.
And he that hath commanded is our king.
Erroneous vassals, the great King of kings hath in his table of his law commanded that thou shalt do no murder. Will you then spurn at his edict and fulfill a man's? Take heed, for he holds vengeance in his hands to hurl upon their heads that break his law.
And that same vengeance doth he hurl on thee for false forswearing and for murder too. Thou didst receive the sacrament to fight and quarrel of the house of Lancaster.
And like a traitor to the name of God didst break that vow, and with thy treacherous blade unrips the bowels of thy sovereign son,
whom thou wast sworn to cherish and defend.
How can thou urge God's dreadful law to us when thou hast broken in such dear degree?
Alas, for whose sake did I that ill deed? For Edward, for my brother, for his sake. He sends you not to murder me for this, for in this sin he is as deep as I. If God will be revenged for the deed, oh, know you yet he doth it publicly. Take not the quarrel from his powerful arm. He needs no indirect or lawless course to cut off those that have offended him.
Who made thee then a bloody minister, when gallant, springing brave Plantagenet, that priestly novice, was struck dead by thee?
My brother's love, the devil, and my rage.
Thy brother's love, our duty, and thy faults provoke us hither now to slaughter thee.
If you do love my brother, hate not me. I am his brother. I love him well. If you are hired for me to go back again, and I will send you to my brother Gloucester, who shall reward you better for my life than Edward will for tidings of my death.
You are deceived. Your brother Gloucester hates you.
Oh no, he loves me and holds me dear. Go you to him from me.
Aye, so we will.
Tell him when that our princely father York blessed his 3 sons with victorious arm, he little thought of this divided friendship. Bid Gloucester think on this, and he will weep.
Aye, millstones as he lessened us to weep.
Oh, do not slander him, for he is kind.
Right as snow in harvest. Come, you deceive yourself. 'Tis he that sends us to destroy you here.
It cannot be, for he bewept my fortune and hugged me in his arms and swore with sobs that he would labor my delivery.
Why, so he doth when he delivers you from this earth's thraldom to the joys of heaven.
Make peace with God, for you must die, my lord.
Have you that holy feeling in your souls to counsel me to make my peace with God? And are you yet to your own soul so blind that you will war with God by murdering me? Oh, sirs, consider that they that set you on to do this deed will hate you for the deed.
What shall we do?
Relent and save your souls. Which of you, if you were a prince's son, being pent from liberty as I am now, if 2 such murderers as yourselves came to you, would not entreat for life, as you would beg were you in my distress?
Relent? No, 'tis cowardly and womanish.
Not to relent is beastly, savage, devilish. My friend, I spy some pity in thy looks. Oh, if thine eye be not a flatterer, come thou on my side and entreat for me. A begging prince, what beggar pities not?
Look behind you, my lord.
That! If all this will not do, I'll drown you in the Malmsey, but within a bloody deed.
A bloody deed, and desperately dispatched. How fain, like Pilate, would I wash my hands of this most grievous, guilty murder done.
How now? What meanest thou, that thou helpst me not? By heaven, the Duke shall know how slack you have been.
I would he knew that I had saved his brother. Take thou the fee, and tell him what I say, for I repent me that the Duke is slain.
So do not I. Go, coward as thou art. Well, I'll go hide the body in some hole till that the Duke give order for his burial. And when I have my meat, I will away, for this will out, and then I must not stay.
Actus secundus, scena prima. Flourish, enter the king sick, the queen, Lord Marcus Dorset, Rivers, Hastings, Catesby, Buckingham, Woodville. Why, so now I have done a good day's work. You peers, continue this united league. I every day expect an embassage from my Redeemer to redeem me hence. And more to peace my soul shall part to heaven, since I have made my friends at peace on earth. Dorset and Rivers, take each other's hands, dissemble not your hatred, swear your love.
My heaven, my heart is purged from grudging hate, and with my hand I seal my true heart's love.
So thrive I, as I truly swear the like.
Take heed you tally not before your king, lest he that is the supreme king of kings confound you for your hidden falsehood and award either of you to be the other's end.
So prosper I, as I swear perfect love.
And I, as I love Hastings with my heart.
Madam, yourself is not exempt from this, nor you, son Dorset, Buckingham, nor you. You have been factious one against the other. Wife, love Lord Hastings, let him kiss your hand, and what you do, do it unfeignedly.
Dear Hastings, I will never more remember our former hatred, so thrive I in mine.
Dorset, embrace him. Hastings, love Lord Marcus.
The scissor change of love, I here protest, upon my part shall be inviolable.
And so swear I.
Now, princely Buckingham, seal up this league with thy embracements to my wife's allies, and make me happy in your unity. Buckingham. My Lord of Buckingham. Where is my Lord of Buckingham? Well, now, princely Buckingham, seal
Whenever
this.
Buckingham doth turn his hate upon your grace, but with all duteous love doth cherish you and yours, God punish me with hate in those where I expect most love. When I have most need to employ a friend, and most assured that he is a friend, deep, hollow, treacherous, and full of guile be he unto me, this do I beg of heaven when I am cold in love to you or yours.
Embrace. A pleasing, cordial, princely Buckingham, is this thy vow unto my sickly heart? There wanteth now our brother Gloucester here to make the blessed period of this peace.
All in good time. Here comes Sir Richard Ratcliffe and the Duke.
Enter Ratcliffe and Gloucester.
Good morrow to my sovereign and king and queen and princely peers, a happy time of day.
Happy indeed as we have spent the day. Gloucester, we have done deeds of charity, made peace of enmity, fair love of hate between these swelling, wrong, insensate peers.
A blessed labor, my most sovereign lord. Among this princely heap, if any here by false intelligence or wrong surmise hold me a foe, if I unwillingly or in my rage have aught committed that is hardly borne to any in this presence, I desire to reconcile me to his friendly peace. 'Tis death to me to be at enmity. I hate it, and desire all good men's love. First, madam, I entreat true peace of you, which I will purchase with my duteous service. Of you, noble cousin Buckingham, if ever I had any grudge and were lodged between us, of you and you, Lord Rivers, and of Dorset, that all without desert have frowned on me, or you, Lord Woodville, and Lord Scales, of you, dukes, earls, lords, gentlemen, indeed all. I do not know that Englishman alive with whom my soul is at any jot at odds, more than the infant that is born tonight I thank my God for my humility.
Hmm.
A holy day shall be kept hereafter. I would to God all strifes were well compounded. My sovereign liege, I do beseech your majesty to take our brother Clarence to your grace.
Why, madam, I have offered love for this, to be so flouted in this royal presence. Who knows not that the gentle duke is dead? You do him injury to scorn his course.
They all start. Who knows not he is dead? Who knows he is?
All-seeing heaven, what a world is this?
Look, I so pale, Lord Dorset, as the rest.
Lord Dorset? Dorset?
Yeah, I got it.
Look, I so pale,
Hey, wait.
Lord.
Look, I, my good lord, and no man in the presence, but his red color half forsook his cheeks.
Is Clarence dead? The order was reversed.
But he, poor man, by your first order died, and that a winged Mercury did bear. Some tardy cripple bare the countermand that came too lagged to see him buried. God grant that some less noble and less loyal, nearer in bloody thoughts and not in blood, deserve not worse than wretched Clarence did, and yet go current from suspicion.
Enter Earl of Derby.
Boon, my sovereign, for my service done.
Prithee, peace. My soul is full of sorrow.
I will not rise unless your highness hear me.
Then say at once, what is it thou requests?
The forfeit, sovereign, of my servant's life, who slew today a riotous gentleman, lately attendant on the Duke of Norfolk.
Have I a tongue to doom my brother's death, and shall that tongue give pardon to a slave? My brother killed no man, his fault was thought, and yet his punishment was bitter death. Who sued to me for him? Who in my wrath kneeled at my feet and bid me be advised? Who spoke of brotherhood? Who spoke of love? Who told me how the poor soul did forsake the mighty Warwick and did fight for me? Who told me in the field at Tewkesbury when Oxford had me down, he rescued me and said, dear brother, live and be a king. Frozen almost to death, how he did lap me, even in his garments, and did he give himself all thin and naked to the numb cold night? Oh, this from my remembrance brutish wrath sinfully plucked. And not a man of you had so much grace to put it in my mind. But when your carters or your waiting vassals have done a drunken slaughter and defaced the precious image of our dear Redeemer, you are straight on your knees for pardon, pardon. And I, unjustly too, must grant it you. But for my brother, not a man would speak, nor I, ungracious, speak unto myself for him, poor soul. The proudest of you all have been beholding to him in his life, yet none of you would once beg for his life. Oh God. I fear thy justice will take hold on me and you and mine and yours for this. Come, Hastings, help me to my closet. Oh, poor Clarence.
This is the fruits of rashness, mark you not how that guilty kindred of the queen looked pale when they did hear of Clarence's death. Oh, they that did urge it still unto the king, God will revenge it. Come, lords, will you go to comfort Edward with our company?
We wait upon your grace.
Exeunt, Sina Secunda, enter the old Duchess of York with the two children of Clarence.
Good grandam, tell us, is our father dead?
No, boy.
Why do you weep? Oh, sorry. Anton, I think.
Oh, wait, but okay. And why do weep so oft and beat your breast and cry, O Clarence, my unhappy son?
Why do you look on us and shake your head and call us orphans, wretches, castaways, if that our noble father were alive?
My pretty cousins, you mistake me both. I do lament the sickness of the king. Act low to lose him, not your father's death. It were lost sorrow to wear one that's lost.
Then you conclude, my grandam, he is dead. The king, mine uncle, is to blame for it. God will revenge it, when whom I will importune with earnest prayers, all to that effect.
And so will I.
Peace, children, peace. The king doth love you well. Incapable and shallow innocence, you cannot guess who caused your father's death.
Grandam, we can, for my good uncle Gloucester told me. The king, provoked to it by the queen, devised impeachments to imprison him. And when my uncle told me so, he wept and pitied me, and kindly kissed my cheek, bade me rely on him as on my father, and he would love me dearly as a child.
Oh, that deceit should steal such gentle shape, and with a virtuous visor hide deeper vice. He is my son, and therefore my shame, yet from my dungs he drew not this conceit.
Think you my uncle did dissemble, grandam?
Aye, boy.
I cannot think it. Hark, what noise is this?
Enter the queen with her hair about her ears, Rivers and Dorset after her.
Oh, who shall hinder me to wail and weep, to chide my fortune and torment myself? I'll join with black despair against my soul, and to myself become my enemy.
What means this scene of rude impatience?
To make an act of tragic violence. Edward, my lord, your son, our king is dead. Why grow the branches now the root is withered? Why wither not the leaves, the sap being gone? If you will live, lament. If die, be brief, that our swift-winged souls may catch the king, or like obedient subjects follow him to his new kingdom of perpetual rest.
Ah, so much interest have in thy sorrow, as I had title thy noble husband. I have bewept a worthy husband's death, and lived with looking on his images. But now 2 mirrors of his princely semblance are cracked in pieces by malignant death, and I for comfort have but 1/4 glass that grieves me when I see my shame in him. Thou art a widow, yet thou art a mother, and hast the comfort of thy children left. But death has snatched my husband from my arms, and plucked 2 crutches from my feeble hands. Clarence and Edward, oh, what cause have I, thy being but a moiety of my moan? Oh, do overgo thy woes and drown thy cries.
Ah, aunt, you wept not for our father's death. How can we aid you with our kindred tears?
Our fatherless distress was left unmoaned. Your widow dolour likewise be unwept.
Oh, give me no help in lamentation. I am not barren to bring forth complaints. All springs reduce their currents to mine eyes, that I, being governed by the watery moon, may send forth plenteous tears to drown the world. Oh, for my husband, for my dear Lord Edward.
Ah, for our father, for our dear Lord Clarence.
Alas, for both mine, Edward and Clarence.
What stay had I but Edward, and he's gone.
What stay had we but Clarence, and he's gone?
What stays had I but they, and they are gone?
Was never widow had so dear a loss.
Were never orphans had so dear a loss.
Were never mother had so dear a loss. Alas, I am the mother of these griefs. Their woes are partial, mine is general. She for an Edward weeps, and so do I for a Clarence weeps, and so does not she. These babes for Clarence weep, so do not they. Alas, you 3 on me 3-fold detest. Pour all your tears. I am your sorrow's nurse, and I will pamper it with lamentation.
Comfort, dear mother, God is much displeased, that you take with unthankfulness his doing. In common worldly things 'tis called ungrateful, with dull unwillingness to repay a debt, with which a bounteous hand was kindly lent. Much more to be thus opposite with heaven, for it requires the royal debt it lent you.
Madam, bethink you like a careful mother of the young prince, your son, Send straight for him. Let him be crowned. In him your comfort lives. Drown desperate sorrow in dead Edward's grave, and plant your joy in the living Edward's throne.
Enter Richard Buckingham Darby Hastings.
Sister, have comfort. All of us have cause to wail the dimming of our shining star, but none can help our harms by waylaying them. Madam, my mother, I do cry thee mercy. I did not see your grace. Humbly on my knee, I crave your blessing.
God bless thee, and put meekness in thy breast, love, charity, obedience, and true duty.
Amen. And make me die a good old man. That is the butt end of a mother's blessing. I marvel that her grace did leave it out.
You cloudy princes and heart-sorrowing peers that bear this heavy mutual load of moan. Now cheer each other in each other's love. Though we have spent our harvest of this king, we are to reap the harvest of his son. The broken rancor of your high-swollen hates, but barely splintered, knit and joined together, must gently be preserved, cherished, and kept. Meseemeth good that with some little train forthwith from Ludlow the young prince be set hither to London to be crowned our king.
Mine with some little train, my lord of Buckingham.
Madam, my lord, lest by a multitude the new-healed wound of malice should break out, which would be so much the more dangerous by how much the estate is green and yet uncovered, where every horse bears his commanding rein, and may direct his course as please himself, as well the fear of harm as harm apparent, in my opinion, ought to be prevented.
I hope the king made peace with all of us, and the compact is firm and true in me.
And so in me, and so I think in all. Yet, since it is but green, it should be put to no apparent likelihood of breach, which haply by much company might be urged. Therefore, I say with noble Buckingham, that this is meet so few should fetch the pence.
And so say I.
Then be it so, and go we to determine who they shall be that straight shall post to London. Madam, and your sister will you go to give your censures in this business?
With all our hearts.
My lord, whoever journeys to the prince, for God's sake, let us two stay at home. But by the way, I'll sort occasion as index to the story we late talked of, to part the queen's proud kindred from the prince.
My other self, my council's consistory, my oracle, my prophet, my dear cousin, I, as a child, will go by their direction toward London then, for will not stay behind.
Good morrow, neighbor. Whither away so fast?
I promise you I scarcely know myself. Hear you the news abroad?
Yes, that the king is dead.
Ill news, brown lady, seldom comes the better. I fear, it will prove a giddy world.
Good neighbors, speed, Godspeed.
Give you good morrow, sir.
If the news hold of good King Edward's death?
Aye,
sir,
sir.
it's too true. Oh, God help the while.
Then masters look to see a troublous world.
No, no, by God's good grace, his son shall reign.
Woe to that land that's governed by a child.
In him is the hope of government, which is in his nonage counsel under him, and in his full and ripened years, himself no doubt shall then, until then, govern well.
So stood the state when Henry VI was crowned in Paris, but at 9 months old.
Stood the state so? No, no, good friends, God wot, for then this land was famously enriched with politic grave counsel. Then the king had virtuous uncles to protect his grace.
Why, so hath this, both by his father and mother.
No, better it were they all came by his father, or by his father there were none at all. For emulation, who shall now be nearest will touch us all too near if God prevent not. Oh, full of danger is the Duke of Gloucester, and the Queen's sons and brothers, haught and proud. And were they to be ruled and not to rule, this sickly land might solace as before.
Come, come, we fear the worst, all will be well.
When clouds are seen, wise men put on their cloaks. When great leaves fall, then winter is at hand. When the sun sets, who doth not look for night? Untimely storms makes men expect a dearth. All may be well, but if God sought it so, 'tis more than we deserve, or I expect.
Truly, the hearts of men are full of fear. You cannot reason, almost, with a man that looks not heavily and full of dread.
Yes, before the days of change, still is it so? By a divine instinct, men's minds mistrust pursuing danger, as by proof we see the waters swell before the boisterous storm. But leave it all to God. Whither away?
Now we were sent for to the justices.
And so was I. I'll bear you company. Scene quarter, enter Archbishop, young York, the Queen, and the Duchess.
Archbishop.
Last night I heard they lay at Stony Stratford, and at Northampton they do rest tonight. Tomorrow or next day they will be here.
I long with all my heart to see the prince. I hope he has much grown since last I saw him.
I hear no. They say my son of York hath almost o'ertaken him in his growth. Oh, good gosh.
Who's York? Grandam, one night, as we did sit at supper, my uncle Rivers talked how I did grow more than my brother. I, quoth my uncle Gloucester, small herbs have grace, great weeds do grow apace. And since methinks I would not grow so fast, because sweet flowers are slow, and weeds make haste.
Good faith, good faith. The saying did not hold in him that did object the same to thee. He was the wretchedest thing when he was young, so long a growing and so leisurely, that if his rule were true, he should be gracious.
And so no doubt he is, my gracious madam.
I hope he is, but yet let mothers doubt.
Now, by my troth, if I had been remembered, I could have given my uncle's grace a flout to touch his growth nearer than he touched mine.
How, my young York, I prithee let me hear it.
Marry, they say my uncle grew so fast that he could gnaw a crust at 2 hours old. 'Twas 2 years ere I could get a tooth. Grandam, this would have been a biting jest.
I prithee, pretty York, who told thee this?
Grandam, his nurse.
His nurse, well, she was dead ere you was born.
If it were not she, I cannot tell who told me.
The parlor.
Oh, powerless boy, go to. You are too shrewd.
Good madam, be not angry with the child.
Pictures have ears.
Here comes a messenger. Who, what news?
Such news, my lord, as grieves me to report.
How fares the prince?
Well, madam, and in health.
What is thy news?
Lord Rivers and Lord Grey are sent to Pomfret, and with them Sir Thomas Vaughan, prisoners.
Who hath committed them?
The mighty dukes, Gloucester and Buckingham.
Offense.
The sum of all I can I have disclosed. Why or for what the nobles were committed is all unknown to me, my gracious lord.
I see the downfall of our house. The tiger hath now seen the cheese, the gentle hind. Insulting tyranny begins to jet upon the innocent, and all is thrown. Welcome destruction, death, and massacre. I see, as in a map, the end of all.
Accursed and unquiet wrangling days. How many of you have mine eyes beheld? My husband lost his life to get the crown, and often up and down my sons were taught, for me to joy and reap their gain and loss, and being seated and domesticated brawls, clean overblown themselves the conquerors, make war upon themselves, brother to brother, blood to blood, self against self. Oh, preposterous and frantic outrage, end thy damned spleen. Oh, let me die to look on earth no more.
Come, my boy, we will go to sanctuary. Madam, farewell.
Stay, I will go with you.
You have no cause.
My gracious lady, go, and there obey your treasure and your goods. For my part, I resign unto your grace. The seal I keep, and so betide to me, as well I tender you and all of yours, I'll go conduct you to the sanctuary.
Exeunt. Actus tertius. Scena prima. The trumpet sound. Enter, young prince, the Dukes of Gloucester and Buckingham, Lord Cardinal, with others.
Welcome, sweet prince, to London, to your chamber.
Welcome, dear cousin. My thoughts, sovereign, the weary way hath made you melancholy.
No, uncle, but our crosses on the way have made it tedious, wearisome, and heavy. I want more uncles here to welcome me.
Sweet prince, the untainted virtue of your years hath not yet dived into the world's deceit. No more can you distinguish of a man than of his outward show, which gaudy nose seldom or never jumpeth with the heart. Those uncles which you want were dangerous. Your grace attended to their sugared words, but look not on the poison in their hearts. God keep you from them and from such false friends.
God keep me from false friends, but they were none.
My Lord Mayor comes to greet you.
Enter, Lord Mayor. God bless your grace with health and happy days.
I thank you, good my lord, and thank you all. I thought my mother and my brother York would long ere this have met us on the way. Fie, what a slug is Hastings, that he comes not to tell us whether they will come or no.
Enter Lord Hastings.
And in good time, here comes the sweating lord.
Welcome, my lord. What, will our mother come?
On what occasion, God he knows, not I. The queen your mother and your brother York have taken sanctuary. The tender prince would fain have come with me to meet your grace, but his mother was perforce withheld.
Why, what an indirect and peevish course is this of hers. Lord Cardinal, will your grace persuade the queen to send the Duke of York unto his princely brother presently? If she deny, Lord Hastings go with him, and from her jealous arms pluck him perforce.
The Lord of Buckingham, if my weak oratory can from his mother win the Duke of York, and not expect him here. But if she be obdurate to my entreaties, God forbid we should infringe the holy privilege of blessed sanctuary. Not for all this land would I be guilty of so great a sin.
You are too senseless, obstinate, my lord, too ceremonious and traditional. Weigh it but with the grossness of this age. You break not sanctuary in seizing him. The benefit thereof is always granted to those whose dealings have deserved the place, and those who have the wit to claim the place. This prince has neither claimed it nor deserved it, and therefore, in mine opinion, cannot have it. Then taking him from thence, that is not there. You break no privilege nor charter there. Oft have I heard of sanctuary men, but sanctuary children, ne'er till now.
My lord, you shall o'errule my mind for once. Come on, Lord Hastings, will you go with me?
I go, my lord.
Exit Cardinal and Hastings.
Good lords, make all the speedy haste you may. Say, Uncle Gloucester, if our brother come, where shall we sojourn till our coronation?
Where it think best unto your royal self. If I may counsel you, some day or two your highness shall repose you at the Tower. Then where you please, and shall be thought most fit for your best health and recreation.
I do not like the Tower of any place. Did Julius Caesar build that place, my lord?
He did.
He did, my gracious lord, begin that place, which since succeeding ages have re-edified.
Is it upon record, or else reported successively from age to age that he built it?
Upon record, my gracious lord.
But say, my lord, if it were not registered, methinks the truth should live from age to age, as 'twere retailed to all posterity, even to the general ending day.
So wise, so young, they say, do never live long.
What say you, uncle?
I say without characters, fame lives long. Thus, like the formal vice iniquity, I moralize two meanings in one word.
That Julius Caesar was a famous man, with what his valor did enrich his wit set down to make his valor live. Death makes no conquest of his conqueror, for now he lives in fame, though not in life. I'll tell you what, my cousin Buckingham.
What, my gracious lord?
And if I live until I be a man, I'll win our ancient right in France again, or die a soldier as I lived a king.
Short summers lightly have a forward spring.
Enter young York, Hastings, and Cardinal.
Now, in good time, here comes the Duke of York.
Richard of York, how fares our noble brother?
Well, my dear lord, so must I call you now.
Aye, brother, to our grief as it is yours. Too late he died that might have kept that title, which by his death hath lost much majesty.
How fares our cousin, noble Lord of York?
I thank you, gentle uncle. Oh, my lord, you said that idle weeds are fast in growth. The prince, my brother, hath outgrown me far.
He hath, my lord.
And therefore is he idle?
Oh, my fair cousin, I must not say so.
Then he is more beholding to you than I.
He may command me as a sovereign, but you have power in me as in a kinsman.
I pray you, uncle, give me this dagger.
My dagger, little cousin, with all my heart.
A beggar, brother?
Oh, of my kind uncle, that I know will give, and being but a toy which is no grieve to give.
A greater gift then that I'll give my cousin.
A greater gift? Oh, that's the sword to it.
Aye, gentle cousin, were it light enough.
Oh, then I see you will part but with light gifts and weightier things you'll say a beggar nay.
It is too weighty for your grace to bear.
I wear it lightly. I weigh it lightly were it heavier.
And what, would you have my weapon, little lord?
I would that I might thank you as you call me.
How?
Little.
My lord of York will still be cross in talk. Uncle, your grace knows how to bear with him.
You mean
to bear me, not to bear with me? Uncle, my brother mocks both you and me. Because I am that little like an ape, he thinks that you should bear me on your shoulders.
With what a sharp provided wit, he reasons, to mitigate the scorn he gives his uncle, he prettily and aptly taunts himself. So cunning and so young is wonderful.
my lord, will please you pass along? Myself and my good cousin Buckingham will to your mother to entreat her to meet you at the tower and welcome you. What will you go to? What will you go to the tower, my lord?
What will you go to the tower? What will you go to my a great gift of a greater? What will you go into the tower, my lord?
My Lord Protector will have it so.
I shall not sleep in quiet at the tower.
Why, what should you fear?
Mary, my uncle Clarence, angry ghost. My grandam told me he was murdered there.
I fear no uncles dead.
Nor none that live, I hope.
And if they live, I hope I need not fear. But come, my lord, and with a heavy heart, thinking on them, go I unto the tower.
A senate, exeunt Prince York, Hastings, and Dorset, Manet, which means remaining, Richard, Buckingham, and Catesby.
Think you, my lord, this little prating York was not incensed by his subtle mother to taunt and scorn you thus opprobriously?
No doubt, no doubt. Oh, 'tis a perilous boy, bold, quick, ingenious, forward, capable. He is all the mothers from top to toe.
Well, let them rest. Come hither, Catesby. Thou art sworn as deeply to effect what we intend, as closely to conceal what we impart. Thou knowest our reasons urged upon the way. What thinkst thou? Is it not an easy matter to make William Lord Hastings of our mind for the installment of this noble duke in the seat royal of this famous isle?
He for his father's sake so loves the prince that he will not be won to aught against him.
What thinkst thou then of Stanley? Will not he?
He will do all and all as Hastings doth.
Well then, no more but this. Go, gentle Catesby, and as it were far off, send our Lord Hastings, how he doth stand affected to her purpose, and summon him tomorrow to the tower to sit about the coronation. If thou dost find him tractable to us, encourage him and tell him all our reasons. If he be leaden, cold, unwilling, be thou so too, and so break off the talk and give us notice of his inclination. But we tomorrow hold divided councils, wherein thyself shall highly be employed.
Commend me to Lord William. Tell him Catesby, his ancient knot of dangerous adversaries, tomorrow are let blood at Pomfret Castle, and bid my lord for joy of his good news give Mistress Shore one gentle kiss the more.
Good Catesby, go effect this business soundly.
My good lords both, with all the heed I can.
Shall we hear from you, Catesby, ere we sleep?
You shall, my lord.
At Cosby House, there shall you find us both.
Exit Catesby.
No, my lord. What shall we do if we perceive Lord Hastings will not yield to our complot?
Chop off his head. Something we will determine. And look, when I am king, claim thou of me the earldom of Hereford and all the movables whereof the king my brother was possessed.
I'll claim that promise at your grace's hand.
And look to have it yielded with all kindness. Come, let us sup at times, and afterwards we may digest our complots in some form.
Exeunt Sina Secunda. Enter a messenger to the door of Hastings.
My lord, my lord.
Unmute.
My lord of Hastings.
Who is it knocks?
One from the Lord Stanley.
What is the clock?
Upon the stroke of 4.
Enter Lord Hastings.
Cannot my Lord Stanley sleep these tedious nights?
So it appears by that I have to say. First, he commends him to your noble self.
What then?
Then certifies your lordship that this night he dreamt the boar had raised off his helm, Besides, he says there are 2 councils kept, and that may be determined at the one, which may make you and him to rule at the other. Therefore, he sends to know your lordship's pleasure if you will presently take horse with him, and with all speed post with him toward the north, to shun the danger that his soul divines.
Go, fellow, go, return unto thy lord. Bid him not fear the separated council. His honor and myself are at the one, and at the other is my good friend Catesby, where nothing can proceed that touches us, whereof I shall not have intelligence. Tell him his fears are shallow, without instance, and for his dreams I wonder he's so simple to trust the mockery of unquiet slumbers. To fly the boar before the boar pursues were to incense the boar to follow us and make pursuit where he did mean no chase. Go, bid thy master rise and come to me, and we will both together to the tower, where he shall see the boar will use us kindly.
I'll go, my lord, and tell him what you say.
Exit. Enter Catesby.
Any good morrows to my noble lord.
Good morning, Catesby, your early stirring. What news? What news in this our tottering state?
It is a reeling world indeed, my lord, and I believe will never stand tonight upright to Richard wear the garland of the realm.
How wear the garland? Dost thou mean the crown?
Aye, my good lord.
I'll have this crown of mine cut from my shoulders before I'll see the crown so foul misplaced. But canst thou guess that he doth aim at it?
Aye, on my life, and hopes to find you forward upon his party for the gain thereof. And therefore he sends you this good news, that this same very day your enemies, the kindred of the queen, must die at Pomfret.
Indeed, I am no mourner for that news, because they have been my adversaries. But that I'll give my voice on Richard's side to bar my master's heirs in true descent, God knows I will not do it to the death.
God keep your lordship in that gracious mind.
But I shall laugh at this a 12-month hence, that they which brought me and my master's hate, I live to look upon their tragedy. Well, Catesby, ere a fortnight make me older, I'll send some packing that yet think not on it.
It's a vile thing to die, my gracious lord, when men are unprepared. Look not for it.
Oh, monstrous, monstrous. And so falls it out with Rivers, Vaughan, Grey, and so 'twill do with some men else that think themselves as safe as thou and I, who, as thou knowest, are dear to princely Richard and to Buckingham.
The princes both make high account of you, for they account his head upon the bridge.
I know they do, and I have well deserved it.
Enter Lord Stanley.
Come on, where is your boar spear, man? Fear you the boar, and go so unprovided?
My lord, good morrow. Good morrow, Catesby. You may just on, but by the holy rood, I do not like these several councils, I.
My lord, I hold my life as dear as yours, and never in my days, I do protest, was it so precious to me as 'tis now. Think you, but that I know our state secure, I would be so triumphant as I am?
Lords at Pomfret, where they rode from London, were jocund, and supposed their states were sure, and they indeed had no cause to mistrust. But yet you see how soon the day o'ercast. The sudden stab of rancor I misdoubt. Pray God, I say, I prove a needless coward. What, shall we toward the tower? The day is spent.
Come, come, have with you. What you what, my lord? Today the lords you talk of are beheaded.
They for their truth might better wear their heads than some that have accused them wear their hats. But come, my lord, let's away.
Enter a pursuivant.
Go on before. I'll talk with this good fellow.
Exit Lord Stanley and Catesby.
How now, sirrah? How goes the world with thee?
The better that your lordship please to ask.
I tell thee, man, 'tis better with me now than when thou metst me last, where now we meet. Then was I going prisoner to the Tower by the suggestion of the Queen's allies. But now I tell thee, keep it to thyself. This day those enemies are put to death, and I in better state than e'er I was.
God hold it to your honor's good content.
Gramercy, fellow. There, drink that for me.
Throws him his purse. I thank your honor. Exit pursuivant. Enter a priest. Well met, my lord.
I thank thee, good Sir John, with all my heart. I am in your debt for your last exercise. Come the next Sabbath, and I will content you.
I'll wait upon your lordship. Enter Buckingham.
What? Talking with a priest, Lord Chamberlain? Your friends at Pomfret, they do need the priest. Your honor hath no shriving work in hand.
Good faith. And when I met this holy man, the men you talk of came into my mind. What, go you toward the Tower?
I do, my lord, but long I cannot stay there. I shall return before your lordship thence.
Nay, like enough, for I stay dinner there.
And supper too, although thou knewest it not. Come, will you go?
I'll wait upon your lordship.
Exeunt. Scene at Tertia. Enter Sir Richard Ratcliffe with halberds carrying the nobles to death at Pomfret. Rivers? Anything to say before I cut your head off, my lord?
Sir Richard Ratcliffe, let me tell thee this. Today shalt thou behold a subject die for truth, for duty, and for loyalty.
Lord Grey, any words from you?
God bless the prince from all the pack of you, and not you are of damned bloodsuckers.
No, I don't think we bothered to cast Avon. You live that shall cry for this hereafter. Dispatch the limit of your lives is out.
Oh, Pomfret, Pomfret, oh, thou bloody prison, fatal and ominous to noble peers. Within the guilty closure of thy walls, Richard II here was held back to death, and for more slender of thy dismantled seat, we grew up thy guileless blood to drink.
Now Margaret's curse is fallen upon our heads. When she exclaimed on Hastings, you and I, for standing by when Richard stabbed her son.
Then cursed she Hastings, then cursed she Buckingham, then cursed she Richard. Oh, remember, God, to hear her prayers for them, as now for us, and for my sister, and for her princely sons. Be satisfied, dear God, with our true blood, which has now known unjustly must be split.
Make haste, the hour of death is expiate.
Come, Grey, come, Vaughan, let all embrace and take our leave until we meet in heaven.
Exeunt. And as we will take a break here, just like 5 minutes. So we'll be starting again about 3:07, 3:08. So thank you. And everybody who's got anything, Derek, I think you have to leave now.
I do. It was great reading. I hope the second half goes really well.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks so much, and thanks for doing it.
Nice
Yeah.
to work with you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah. So we're continuing on with this. I should have had to step in for Radcliffe because Ken is having some issues with his mother at home that needs to be attended to. So that's why I sort of disappeared for a while there. Sorry about that. Also, just to let you know, yeah, thank you, Marin, for stepping in for Anne. Aiden, I thought was all set and was going to come, and then she couldn't, and then I thought she could, but she didn't. So thank you for stepping in because we do want to sort of keep these things moving along, and yeah, so. I just wanted to ask if anybody had any questions or clarifications on any of the other parts they're doing. So any questions, any comments? And I am having a really good time with this as well. It's got such great stuff. And I mean, there is one thing in the stage direction where he says, yeah, he's talking to the audience here. Which I actually missed, but he does it a lot, and so does, and then all of his people then pick it up from him, so that then you have Catesby and Buckingham also sort of like putting in their little sly comments to the audience as well, like, oh yeah, Hastings is going to a nice time in the Tower. It's yes, the ultimate vacation spot. Come to the Tower of London and never leave.
One pronunciation thing. It's not Eli, it's Ely.
Ely? The Bishop of Ely. Okay, thank you. Yes. This is one of the problems with the English language sometimes.
I know,
The way it
it's
spells
weird.
doesn't give you a clear clue as to how it sounds. And it's also more challenging with the working from the folio because you're going back and forth with some sort of spellings that are somewhat more phonetic, but then you've got other things like Gloucester, which I would think would be Gloucester if you were just trying to sound it out, or Worcester, which would be Worcester, and these are just things that need to be learned. I mean, I think one of the things that's interesting is that I used to work on Wooster Street, and I just wonder if it was something where the Americans sort of changed the spelling of Worcester so that people would know it. You know, I was curious about if that was it, because that's really how it should be pronounced, right?
Probably someone's last name that they named the street after.
Could be as well. Do not know
I remember I was down in the village because I was working with Jean Cocteau Rep, and a girl stopped me in the street and they wanted to go to Houston Street, to Houston Street, and I had no idea what they were talking about. And then I worked out they were talking about Houston.
Yeah, no, yes. People, it's spelled the same as Houston, Texas, but it's Houston Street in New York. Yes.
Yeah, and that gets weird for me because I live in Houston.
There's a place with Goethe Street.
Yeah.
I thought it was Goethe.
Goethe is the name of the poet, but the street is Goethe.
Oh.
Yeah, but was it named after Goethe? I mean, it's interesting. I mean,
possibly, but it is pronounced. It's whoever it was named after. It's pronounced Goethe Street.
Well, it's the same in Britain. Everybody knows, I think, that Magdalene is pronounced Magdalene, but there are places where it is actually pronounced Magdalene. We used to live in Norwich, and there was a street, Magdalene Street, and if you said Magdalene, they look at you like you'd crawl that from under a stone. You know?
Well, I did not know that Magdalene was pronounced Maudlin.
Yeah, no, neither did I.
Either.
It's not Magdalene. It's not Magdalene College. It's Magdalene College.
Magdalene College. So if you say don't be maudlin,
no, you know, it depends where you are and what part of the country you're in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would suspect that's a big
an evil English trick to trick foreigners.
And of course, the people who are the best at it are the Welsh, where they don't give you a
God.
vowel, consonants, quith or something.
Well, that's most of those things are unpronounceable.
Yeah, it's the sort of the old secret language, and
Yeah, that's right.
but yeah, of all of the things, and I mean, it's also as Americans. I mean, it's taken a while for me to learn that I think of like England. I mean, that to realize that England and Great Britain are different because Great Britain is really 4 countries, and
No. Great Britain is Scotland, England, and Wales. The UK is Scotland, England, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
yeah.
And there's a good chance that Scotland will not be part of the UK for that much longer, thanks to Boris Johnson's cock-up.
Yes. Well,
he's desperately trying to save it, but as a Scot, we're pissed off with him.
Yeah, well, because it's also, I mean, it was very clearly, I mean, there was the way the votes went, but anyways, yeah. Well, and so yeah, just as, but I mean, yeah, even back then, there were various sorts of complications of politics. It's like, oh, we've got this political party that's doing that, and we've got this political party that's doing that, and so I'll tell this one I'm going to kill that one, and I'll tell this one I'm going to kill that one, and I'll do it. So as we're seeing is Richard's path to the crown. So are we all ready to recommence here?
What page are we on?
We're on page 90.
90.
Yeah.
Page 90, I got it.
All righty. And Hastings is also ready since you're here right at the beginning as well.
Yep.
And Lauren, you're also, you're reading Bishop of Ely. Ely. Is that right? Again, Ely?
Ely. Yeah.
Ely.
I don't have to say my own name, so.
Great. I had to get it, so I just want a little practice there. Anyway, so as we continue with the tragedy of Richard III, with the Battle of Bosworth Field, which will be coming up later, Sine Quarta, Inter Buckingham, Derby, Hastings, Bishop of Ely, Norfolk, Ratcliffe, Lovell, and others at a table.
Now, noble peers, the cause why we are met is to determine of the coronation. In God's name, speak. When is the royal day?
All things ready for the royal time?
It is, and wants but nomination.
Tomorrow, then, I judge a happy day.
Who knows the Lord Protector's mind herein? Who is most inward with the noble Duke?
Your Grace, we think should soonest know his mind.
We know each other's faces, for our hearts he knows no more of mine than I of yours, or I of his, my lord, than you of mine. Lord Hastings, you and he are near in blood.
I thank his grace. I know he loves me well, but for his purpose in the coronation, I have not sounded him, nor he delivered his gracious pleasure any way therein. But you, my honorable lords, may name the time, and in the Duke's behalf I'll give my voice, which I presume he'll take in gentle part.
Enter Gloucester.
Oh, in happy time, here comes the Duke himself.
My noble lords and cousins. Cousins all, good morrow. I've been long a sleeper, but I trust my absence doth neglect no great design, which by my presence might have been concluded.
Do not come upon your question, my lord. Will Lord Hastings pronounce your part with your voice for crowning of the king?
Then my Lord Hastings, no man might be bolder. His lordship knows me well and loves me well. My Lord Ely, when I was last in Holborn, I saw good strawberries in your garden there. I do beseech you, send for some.
Marry, and will, my lord, with all my heart.
Exit Bishop.
Cousin of Buckingham, a word with you. Catesby hath sounded Hastings. in our business and finds the testy gentleman so hot that he will lose his head ere give consent. His master's child, as worshipfully he terms it, shall lose the royalty of England's throne.
Withdraw yourself for a while. I'll go with you.
Exeunt.
I have not yet set down this day of triumph. Tomorrow my judgment is too sudden, for I myself am not so well provided as else I would be were the day prolonged.
Enter the Bishop of Ely.
Where is my lord, the Duke of Gloucester? I have sent for these strawberries.
His grace looks cheerfully and smooth this morning. There's some conceit or other likes him well, when that he bids good morrow with such spirit. I think there's never a man in Christendom can lesser hide his love or hate than he, for by his face straight shall you know his heart.
What of his heart perceive you in his face? Any livelihood he showed today?
Marry, that with no man here he is offended, for were he had shown it in his looks.
Enter Richard and Buckingham.
I pray you all, tell me what they deserve that do conspire my death with devilish plots of damned witchcraft, and that have prevailed upon my body with their hellish charms.
The tender love I bear your grace, my lord, makes me most forward in this princely presence to doom the offenders, whosoe'er they be. I say, my lord, they have deserved death.
Then be your eyes the witness of their evil. Look how I am bewitched. Behold, mine arm is like a blasted sapling, withered up. And this is Edward's wife, that monstrous witch, consorted with that harlot strumpet, sure that by their witchcraft thus have marked me.
If they have done this deed, my noble lord.
If thou protector of this damned strumpet talks to me of ifs, thou art a traitor. Off with his head. Now by St. Paul I swear I will not dine until I see the same Lovell and Radcliffe look that it be done. The rest that love me rise and follow me.
Exeunt. Manet, except Lovell and Radcliffe with the Lord Hastings.
Woe, woe for England, not a whit for me, for I too fond might have prevented this. Stanley did dream, the board did rouse our helms, and I did scorn it, and disdain to fly. 3 times today my footcloth horse did stumble, and started when he looked upon the tower, as loath to bear me to the slaughterhouse. Oh, now I need the priest that spake to me. I now repent, I told the pursuivant as too triumphing, how mine enemies today at Pomfret bloodily were butchered, and I myself secure in grace and favor. Oh, Margaret, Margaret, now thy heavy curse is lighted on poor Hastings' wretched head.
Come, come, dispatch. The Duke would be at dinner. Make a short shrift.
He longs to see your head.
Oh, momentary grace of mortal men, which we more hunt for than the grace of God, who builds his hope in air of your good looks, lives like a drunken sailor on a mast, ready with every nod to tumble down into the fatal bowels of the deep.
Come, come, dispatch. 'Tis boundless to exclaim.
Oh, bloody Richard, miserable England, I prophesy the fearfullest time to thee that ever wretched aid hath looked upon. Come, lead me to the block, bear him my head. They smile at me. You shortly shall be dead.
Exeunt. Enter Richard and Buckingham in rotten armor, marvelous ill-favored.
Come, cousin, canst thou quake and change thy color, murder thy breath in the middle of a word, and then again begin and stop again, as if thou were distraught and mad with terror?
That
Well,
I can counterfeit the deep tragedian. Speak and look back and pry on every side, tremble and start at wagging of a straw, intending deep suspicion. Ghastly looks are at my service, like enforced smiles, and both are ready in their offices at any time to grace my stratagems. But what, is Catesby gone?
he is, and see, he brings the mayor along.
Lord Mayor?
Enter the mayor and Catesby.
Lord Mayor?
Look to the drawbridge there.
Hark, a drum.
Catesby, look o'er the walls.
Lord Mayor, the reason we have sent.
Look back, defend thee. Here are enemies.
God and our innocence defend and guard us.
Be patient, they are friends, Radcliffe and Lovell.
Here's this head of this ignoble traitor, the dangerous and unsuspected Hastings.
So dear, I love the man that I must weep. I took him for the plainest, harmless creature that breathed upon the earth, a Christian, made him by my book, wherein my soul recorded the history of all her secret thoughts. So smooth, he dubbed his vice with sure virtue, that his apparent open guilt omitted. I mean, his conversation with Shore's wife. He lived from all attainder of suspects.
Well, well, he was the covertest, sheltered traitor that ever lived. Would you imagine or almost believe, were it not that by great preservation we live to tell it, that the subtle traitor this day hath plotted in the council house to murder me and my good lord of Gloucester?
Had he done so?
What, think you we are Turks or infidels, or that we would against the form of law proceed thus rashly in the villain's death? But that the extreme peril of the case, the peace of England and our person's safety enforced us to this execution.
Now fair befall you, he deserved his death, and your good graces both have well proceeded to warn false traitors from the like attempts.
I never looked for better of his hands, after he once fell in with Mistress Shore. Yet had we not determined he should die until your lordship came to see his end, which now the loving haste of these our friends, something against our meanings, have prevented. Because, my lord, I would have had you heard the traitor speak, and timorously confess the manner and the purpose of his treasons, that you might well have signified the same unto the citizens, who haply may misconstrue us in him and wail his death.
But my good lord, your grace's words shall serve as well as I had seen and heard him speak. And do not doubt, right noble princes both, but I'll acquaint our dubious citizens with all your just proceedings in this case.
And to that end, we wish your lordship here to avoid the censures of the carping world.
Which, since you come too late of our intent, yet witness what you hear we did intend. And so, my good Lord Mayor, we bid farewell.
Exit Mayor.
Go after cousin Buckingham, the mayor, towards Guildhall hies him in all post. There at your meetest advantage of the time, infer the bastardy of Edward's children. Tell them how Edward put to death a citizen only for saying he would make his son heir to the crown, meaning indeed his house, which by the sign thereof was teamed so. Moreover, urge his hateful luxury and bestial appetite in change of lust, which stretched unto their servants' daughters' wives, even where his raging eyes or savage heart without control lusted to make prey, nay, for need, thus far come near my person. Tell them, when my mother went with child, that insatiate Edward Noble York, my princely father, then had wars in France, and by true computation of the time found that the issue was not his begot, which well appeared in his lineaments, being nothing like my noble duke, my father, yet touch his despairingly, or as 'twere far off, because my lord, you know my mother lives.
Doubt not, my lord, I'll play the orator, as if the golden fee for which I fled were for myself. And so, my lord, adieu.
If you thrive well, bring them to Bayard's castle, where you shall find me well accompanied with reverend fathers and well learned bishops.
I go at 3 or 4 o'clock. Look for the news that the Guildhall affords.
Exit Buckingham.
Go, Lovell, with all speed to Dr. Shaw. Go thou to Friar Penker, bid them both meet me within this house at Bayard's Castle. Now will I go to take some privy order, to draw the brats of Clarence out of sight, and to give order that no man or person have any time recourse unto the princes.
Exeunt. Enter a scrivener.
This is the indictment of the good Lord Hastings, which his set hand fairly is engrossed, that it may be this day read over in Paul's. And mark me well the segue hands together. 11 hours I spent to write it over. For yesternight by Gatsby was it brought me, and the precedent was full of long a-doing. And yet within these 5 hours, Lord Hastings granted unexamined free of at liberty. There's a good world a while. Why, who's so gross that seeth not the palpable device? Yet who's so blind but says he sees it not? Great, bad is this world, all will come to naught when such bad dealings must be seen in thought.
Exit. Enter Richard and Buckingham at several doors.
How now, how now? What say the citizens?
Ah, by the Lord Mother of our Lord, the citizens are mum, say not a word.
Touched you the bastardy of Edward's children?
I did, with his contract with Lady Lucy, and his contract by deputy of France, the unsatiate greediness of his desires, and his enforcement of the city wives, his tyranny for trifles, his own bastardy as being got. Your father then in France, and his resemblance being not like the Duke, withal I did infer your lineaments, being the right idea of your father, both in your form and nobleness of mind, laid open all your victories in Scotland, your discipline in war, wisdom in peace, your bounty, virtue, fair humility, indeed left nothing fitting for your purpose untouched or slightly handled in discourse. And when my oratory drew toward the end, I bid them that did love their country's good cry, God save Richard, England's royal king.
And did they so?
No, God help me, they spake not a word, but like dumb statues or breathing stones, stared on each other and looked deathly pale, which when I saw, I reprehended them and asked the mayor what meant this willful silence. His answer was, the people were not used to be spoken but by the recorder. And then he was urged to tell my tale again. Thus saith the Duke, thus hath the Duke inferred, but nothing spoken warrant from himself. When he hath done, some followers of mine own at lower end of the hall hurled up their caps, and some 10 voices cried, God save King Richard. And thus I took the vantage of those few. Thanks, gentle citizens and friends, quoth I. This general applause and cheerful shout argues your wisdom and your love to Richard. And even here brake off and came away.
What tongueless blocks they were. Would not they speak? Will not the mayor then and his brethren come?
The mayor is here at hand. Intend some fear be not you spoke with, but my mighty suit. And look you get a prayer book in your hand, and stand between two churchmen, good my lord. For on that ground I'll make a holy descant, and be not easily won to our requests. Play the maid's part, still answer nay, and take it.
Go. And if you plead as well for them as I can say nay to thee for myself, no doubt we bring it to a happy issue.
Go up to the leads. The Lord Mayor knocks.
Enter the mayor and citizens.
Welcome, my lord. I'll dance attendance here. I think the Duke will not be spoke withal.
Enter Catesby.
Now, Catesby, what says your lord to my request?
Does entreat your grace, my noble lord, to visit him tomorrow or next day. He is within with two right reverend fathers, divinely bent to meditation, and in no worldly suits would he be moved to draw him from his holy exercise.
Return, good Catesby, to the gracious Duke. Tell him myself, the mayor and aldermen in deep designs, in matter of great moment, no less importing than our general good, are come to have some conference with your grace.
I'll signify so much unto him straight.
My lord, this prince is not an Edward. He is not lulling on a lewd love bed, but on his knees at meditation, not dallying with a brace of courtesans, but meditating with two deep divines, not sleeping to engross his idle body, but praying to enrich his watchful soul. Happy were England would this virtuous prince take on his grace the sovereignty thereof. But sure I fear we shall not win him to it.
Mary, God defend his grace should say us nay.
I fear he will. Here, Catesby, come again.
Enter Catesby.
Now, how Catesby, what says his grace?
It wonders to what end you have assembled such troops of citizens to come to him, his grace not being warned thereof before. He fears, my lord, you mean no good to him.
Oh, sorry I am, my noble cousin should suspect me that I mean no good to him. By heaven, we come to him in perfect love, and so once more return and tell his grace. When holy and devout religious men are at their beads, 'tis much to draw them hence, so sweet is zealous contemplation.
Enter Richard aloft between two bishops. See where his grace stands between two clergymen.
Two props of virtue for a Christian prince, to stay him from the fall of vanity, and see a book of prayer in his hand. True ornaments to know a holy man, famous Plantagenet, most gracious prince, lend favorable ears to our requests, and pardon us the interruption of thy devotion and thy Christian and right Christian zeal.
My lord, there needs no such apology. I do beseech your grace to pardon me, who earnestly in the service of my God deferred the visitation of my friends by leaving this. What's your grace's pleasure?
Even that, I hope, which pleaseth God above, and all good men of this ungoverned isle.
I do suspect I have done some offense that seems disgracious in the city's eye, and that you come to reprehend my ignorance.
You have, my lord. Would it might please your grace on our entreaties to amend your fault.
Else wherefore breathe I in a Christian land?
No, then it is your fault that you resign the supreme seat, the throne majestical, the sceptred office of your ancestors, your state of fortune, and your due of birth, the lineal glory of your royal house, to the corruption of a blemished stock, whiles in the midness of your sleepy thoughts, which here we waken to our country's good. The noble isle doth want his proper limbs, his face defaced with scars of infamy, his royal stock graft with ignoble plants, and almost shouldered in the swallowing gulf of dark forgetfulness and deep oblivion, which to recur, we heartily solicit your gracious self to take on you the charge and kingly government of this your land, not as protector, steward, substitute, or low refractor for another's gain, but as successively from blood to blood. Your light of birth, your empire, your own, for this consorted with the citizens, your very worshipful and loving friends, and by their vehement instigation in this just cause, come I to move your grace.
I cannot tell if to depart in silence or bitterly, to speak in your reproof best fitteth my degree or your condition. If not to answer, you might haply think tongue-tied ambition, not replying, yielded to bear the golden yoke of sovereignty, which fondly you would here impose on me. If to reprove you for this suit of yours, so seasoned with your faithful love to me, then on the other side I checked my friends, therefore to speak and to avoid the first, and then in speaking not increw the last. Definitely thus I answer you. Your love deserves my thanks, but my desert unmeritable shuns your high request. First of all, obstacles were cut away, if all obstacles were cut away, and that my path were even to the crown as ripe revenue and due birth, yet so much is my poverty of spirit, so mighty and so many my defects, that I would rather hide from my greatness, being a bark to boon, to brook no mighty sea, than my greatness covet to be hid, and in the vapor of my glory smothered. But God be thanked, there is no need of me, and much I need to help you where there need. The royal tree hath left us royal fruit, which mellowed by the stealing hours of time, will well become the seat of majesty, and make no doubt us happy by his reign. On him I lay that you would lay on me the right and fortune of his happy stars, which God defend that I should wring from him.
My lord, this argues conscience in your grace, but the respects thereof are nice and trivial, all circumstances well considered. You say that Edward is your brother's son, and so say we too, but not by Edward's wife. For first he contract to Lady Lucy, your mother lives a witness to his vow, and afterwards by substitute betrothed to Bona, sister to the King of France. These both put off, a poor petitioner, a cares-crassed mother to a many sons, a beauty waning and distressed widow, even in the afternoon of her best days, made prize and purchase of his wanton eye, seduced the pitch and height of his degree, to base declension and loathed bigamy. By her in his unlawful bed he got this Edward, whom our manners call the prince. More bitterly could I expostulate, save that for reverence to some alive I give a sparing limit to my tongue. Then, good my lord, take to your royal self this proffered benefit of dignity, if not to bless us and the land withal, yet to draw forth your noble ancestry from the corruption of abusing times unto a lineal true derived course.
Do, good my lord, your citizens entreat you.
Refuse not, mighty lord, proper love.
Oh, make them joyful, grant their lawful suit.
Alas, why would you heap this care on me? I'm unfit for state and majesty. I do beseech you, take it not amiss. I cannot, nor I will not yield to you.
If you refuse it, as in love and zeal loath to dispose the child, your brother's son, as well we know your tenderness of heart and gentle, kind, effeminate remorse, which we have noted in you to your kindred, and eagerly indeed to all estates. Yet know, where you accept our suit or no, your brother's son shall never reign our king, and we will plant some other in the throne to the disgrace and downfall of your house. And in this resolution here we leave you, some citizens we will entreat no more.
Exeunt. Catesby,
Oh, wait a second.
bottom of 111.
Oh, is that me? It's cat. Is that cat? Okay. Well, can accept defeat. If you deny them, all the land will rue it.
Will you enforce me to a world of cares? Call them again. I'm not made of stones, but penetrable to your kind entreaties. Albeit against my conscience and my soul.
Enter Buckingham and the rest.
Page.
112.
Thank you. Okay. Cousin of Buckingham and sage grave men, since you will buckle fortune on my back to bear her burden, where I will or no, I must have patience to endure the load. But if black scandal or foul-faced reproach attend the sequel of your imposition, your mere enforcement shall acquittance me from all the impure blots and stays thereof. For God doth know, and you may partly see, how far I am from the desire of this.
God bless your grace. We see it and will say it.
In saying so, you shall say the truth.
And I salute thee with this royal title. Long live King Richard, England's worthy king.
Amen.
Amen.
Tomorrow may it please you to be crowned.
Even when you please, for you will have it so.
Tomorrow then we will attend your grace, and so most joyfully we take your leave.
Come, let us to our holy work again. Farewell, my cousins. Farewell, gentle friends.
Exeunt. Actus quartus sine prima. Enter the Queen, Anne, Duchess of Gloucester, the Duchess of York, and Marcus Dorset.
Who meets us here? My niece Plantagenet, led in the hand of her kind aunt of Gloucester. Now for my life she's wandering to the Tower. Oh, pure heart's love to greet the tender priest. Daughter, well met.
God give your graces both a happy and a joyful time of day.
As much to you, good sister. Whither away?
No farther than the Tower, and as I guess, upon the like devotion as yourselves, to gratulate the gentle princess there.
And sister, thanks. We'll enter all together.
Enter the lieutenant.
In good time, here the lieutenant comes. Master Lieutenant, pray you, by your leave, how doth the prince and my young son of York?
Right well, dear madam, by your patience. I may not suffer you to visit them. The king hath strictly charged the contrary.
The king? Why, who's that?
I mean the Lord Protector.
Oh, the Lord protect him from that kingly title. Hath he set bounds betwixt their love and me? I am their mother. Who should keep me from them?
I am their father's mother. I will see them.
Their aunt am I, in law, in love their mother. Then bring me to their sights. I'll bear thy blame, and take thy office from thee on my peril.
No, madam, no. I may not leave it so. I am bound by oath, and therefore pardon me. Enter Stanley.
Let me but meet you ladies 1 hour hence, and I'll salute your grace of York as mother, and revere looker on of 2 fair queens. Come, madam, you must straight to Westminster, there to be crowned Richard's royal queen.
Oh, cut my lace and sunder that my brent heart may have some scope to beat. or else I swoon with this dead-killing news.
Despiteful tidings, oh, unpleasing news.
Good cheer, mother. How fares your grace?
O Dorset, speak not to me. Get thee hence. Death and destruction dog thee at the heels. Thy mother's name is ominous to children. If thou wilt outstrip death, go cross the seas and live with Richmond. From the reach of hell, go, hide thee. Hide thee from this slaughterhouse, lest thou increase the number of the dead and make me die the thrall of Margaret's curse, nor mother, wife, nor England's counted queen.
Full of wise care, is this your counsel, madam? Take all the swift advantage of the hours. You shall have letters from me to my son in your behalf to meet you on the way. Be not tamed hardy by unwise delay.
Oh, ill dispersing wind of misery. Oh my God, a cursed womb, the bed of death. A cockatrice hast thou hatched to the world, whose unavoided eye is murderous.
Come, madam, come. I in all haste was sent.
And I with all unwillingness will go. Oh, would to God that the inclusive verge of golden metal that must round my brow were red hot steel to sear me to the brains. Anointed let me be with deadly venom, and die ere men can say, God save the Queen.
Oh, go, poor soul. I envy not thy glory. To feed my humor, wish thyself no harm.
No. Why? When he that is my husband now came to me as I followed Henry's course, when scarce the blood was well washed from his hand, which issued from my other angel husband, and that dear saint which then I weeping followed. Oh, when I say I looked on Richard's face, this was my wish. Be thou, quoth I, accursed for making me so young, so old a widow. And when thou wedst, let sorrow haunt thy bed, and be thy wife, if any be so mad, more miserable by the life of thee than thou hast made me by my dear Lord's death. Lo, ere I can repeat this curse again, within so small a time my woman's heart grossly grew captive to his honey words, and proved the subject of mine own soul's curse, which hitherto hath led mine eyes from rest. For never yet 1 hour in his bed did I enjoy the golden dew of sleep, but with his timorous dreams was still awaked. Besides, he hates me for my father Warwick, and will, no doubt, shortly be rid of me.
Her heart. Adieu. I pity thy complaining.
No more than with my soul I mourn for yours.
Farewell, thou woeful welcomer of glory.
Adieu, poor soul that takes thy leave of it.
Go thou to Richmond, and good fortune guide thee. Go thou to Richard, and good angels tend thee. Go thou to sanctuary, and good thoughts possess thee. Ride to my grave, where peace and rest lie with me. 80 odd years of sorrow have I seen, and each hour's joy racked with a week of teen.
Nay, yet look back with me unto the tower. Pity you ancient stones, those tender babes whom envy have immured within your walls. Rough cradle for such little pretty ones. Rude, ragged nurse, old sullen playfellow. For tender princes, use my babies well. So foolish sorrow bids you stones. Farewell.
Exeunt. Scena secunda. Senate. Enter Richard in pomp, Buckingham, Catesby, Radcliffe, Lovell.
Stand all apart, cousin of Buckingham. Give me thy hand. Thus high, by thy advice and thy assistance, is King Richard seated. But shall we wear these glories for a day, or shall they last and we rejoice in them? Buckingham. Can you answer me, Buckingham?
Still live they, and forever let them last.
Ah, Buckingham, now do I play the touch to try if thou be current gold indeed. Young Edward lives. Think now what I would speak.
Say on, my loving lord.
My Buckingham, I say I would be king.
Why, so you are, my thrice renowned lord.
Ha! Am I king? 'Tis so, but Edward lives.
True, noble prince.
Oh, bitter consequence that Edward should still live, true noble prince. Cousin, thou wast not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain? I wish the bastard's dead, and I would have it suddenly performed. What sayest thou now? Speak suddenly, be brief.
Your grace may do your pleasure.
Tut, tut. Thou art all ice, thy kindness freezes. Say I have I thy consent that they will die?
Give me some little breath, some pause, my lord, before I positively speak in this. I will resolve you here in press.
The king is angry, seeing Noah's his lip.
I will converse with iron-witted fools and unrespected boys. None are for me that look into me with considerate eyes. High-reaching Buckingham grows circumspect. Boy,
My lord,
knowest thou not any whom corrupting gold will tempt unto a close exploit of death?
I know a discontented gentleman whose humble means match not with his haughty spirit. God were as good as 20 orators, gold were as good as 20 orators, and will no doubt tempt him to anything.
What's his name?
His name, my lord, is Tyrrell.
I partly know the man. Go call him hither, boy.
Exit.
The deep revolving witty Buckingham no more shall be the neighbor to my counsels. Hath he so long held out with me untried, and stops he now for breath? Well, be it so. How now, my Lord Stanley, what's the news?
Loving lord, the Marcus Dorset, as I hear, has fled to Richmond, in the parts where he abides.
Come hither, Catesby. Rumored abroad that Anne, my wife, is very grievous sick. I will take order for her keeping close. Inquire me out some mean poor gentleman whom I will marry straight to Clarence's daughter. The boy is foolish, and I fear him not. Look how thou dreamst. I say again, give out that Anne, my queen, is sick and like to die. About it, for it stands me much upon to stop all hopes whose growth may damage me. I must be married to my brother's daughter, or else kingdom stands on brittle glass. Murder her brothers and then marry her, uncertain way to gain, but I am in so far in blood that sin will pluck on sin. Dear falling pity dwells not in this eye.
Enter Tyrrell.
Is thy name Tyrrell?
James Tyrrell, and your most obedient subject.
Art thou indeed?
Prove me, my gracious lord.
Darest thou resolve to kill a friend of mine?
Who's you? I had rather killed 2 enemies.
Why, then thou hast it, 2 deep enemies, foes to my rest and my sweet sleep's disturbers. Are they that I would have thee deal upon, Tyrrell? I mean those bastards in the tower.
Let me have open means to come to them, and soon I'll rid you from the fear of them.
Thou sing sweet music. Hark! Come hither, Tyrrell. Go by this token, rise and lend thy ear. There is no more but so. Say it is done, and I will love thee and prefer thee for it.
I will dispatch it straight.
Exit. Enter Buckingham.
My lord, I have considered it in my mind the late request that you did sound me.
Well, let that rest. Dorset's fled to Richmond.
Hear the news, my lord.
Stanley, he is your wife's son. Well, look unto it.
My lord, I claim the gift, my due by promise, for which your honor and your faith is pawned. The earldom of Hertford and the movables which you have promised, I shall possess.
Stanley, look to your wife. If she convey letters to Richmond, you shall answer for it.
What says your highness to my request?
And do remember me, Henry VI did prophesy that Richmond should be king when Richmond was a little peevish boy, a king perhaps.
May it please you to resolve me in my suit?
Thou troublest me, I'm not in the vein.
And is it thus repays me my deep service with such contempt? Made I him king for this? Oh, let me think on Hastings and be gone to Brecknock, where my fearful head is on.
Exit. Enter Tyrrell.
The tyrannous and bloody act is done. The most arch deed of piteous massacre that ever yet this land was guilty of. Dighton and Forrest, whom I did suborn to do this piece of ruthful butchery, albeit they were flesh villains, bloody dogs, melted with tenderness and mild compassion, wept like to children in their death's sad story. Oh, thus, quoth Dighton, lay the gentle babes. Thus, quoth Forrest, girdling one another within their alabaster innocent arms. The lips are 4 red roses on a stalk, and in their summer beauty kissed each other. A book of prayers on their pillow lay, which one, quoth Forrest, almost changed my mind. But oh, the devil! There the villains stopped. When Dighton thus told on, we smothered the most replenished, sweet work of nature, that from the prime creation ere she framed. Hence both are gone with conscience and remorse. They could not speak, and so I left them both, to bear this tidings to the bloody king.
Enter Richard.
And here he comes. All health, my sovereign lord.
Kind Tyrrell, am I happy in thy news?
If to have done the thing you gave in charge, beget your happiness, be happy then, for it is done.
But didst thou see them dead?
I did, my lord.
And buried, gentle Tyrrell?
The chaplain of the tower hath buried them, but where, to say the truth, I do not know.
Come to me, Tyrrell, soon, and after supper, when thou shalt tell the process of their death. Meantime, but think how I may do the good and be inheritor of thy desire. Farewell till then.
I humbly take my leave.
The son of Clarence have I pent up close. His daughter meanly have I matched in marriage. The sons of Edward sleep in Abraham's bosom, and Anne, my wife, hath bid this world good night. Now, for I know the Briton Richmond aims at young Elizabeth, my brother's daughter, and by that knot looks proudly on the crown. To her I go, a jolly thriving wooer.
Enter Ratcliffe.
My lord.
Good or bad news that thou comest in so bluntly?
Bad news, my lord. Morton is fled to Richmond, and Buckingham, backed with a hardy Welshman, is in the field, and still his power increaseth.
Ely with Richard troubles me more near than Buckingham and his rash levied strength. Come, I have learned that fearful commenting is leaden servitor to dull delay. Delay leads impotent and snail-paced beggary. Then fiery expedition be thy wing, love's Mercury and herald for a king. Go muster men. My counsel is my shield. We must be brief when traitors leave the field, brave the field.
Exeunt. Scene at Tertia. Enter old Queen Margaret.
So now prosperity begins to mellow and drop into the rotten mouth of death. Here in these confines, slyly have I lurked to watch the waning of mine enemies. A dire induction am I witness to, and will to France, hoping the consequence will prove as bitter, black, and tragical. Withdraw thee, wretched Margaret. Who comes here?
Enter Duchess and Queen.
My young princes, my tender babes, my unblown flowers, new appearing sweets. If yet your gentle souls fly in the air, and if be not fixed in doom perpetual, hover about me with your airy wings and hear your mother's lamentations.
Hover about her, say that right, for right hath dimmed your infant morn to aged night.
So many miseries have praised my voice that my woe-weary tongue is still amute. Edward Plantagenet, why art thou dead?
Plantagenet doth quit Plantagenet. Edward for Edward pays a dying debt.
Wilt thou, O God, fly from such gentle lambs and throw them in the entrails of the wolf? When didst thou sleep when such a deed was done?
When holy Harry died and my sweet son.
Dead life, blind sight, poor mortal living ghost. Woe seen worlds, shame, graves due by life usurped. Grief abstract and record of tedious days, rest thy unrest on England's lawful earth, unlawfully made drunk with innocent blood.
Oh, that thou wouldst as well afford a grave as thou canst yield a melancholy seat. Then would I hide my bones, not rest them here. Oh, who hath any cause to mourn but I?
If ancient sorrow be most reverent, give mine the benefit of signory, and let my griefs frown upon the upper hand, if sorrow can admit society. I had an Edward till a Richard killed him. I had a husband till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst an Edward till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst a Richard till a Richard killed him.
I had a Richard too, and thou didst kill him. I had a Rutland too, thou hopest to kill him.
Thou hadst a Clarence too, and Richard killed him. From forth the kennel of thy womb hath crept a hellhound that doth hunt us all to death. That dog that had his teeth before his eyes to worry lambs and lap their gentle blood. That foul defacer of God's handiwork, that reigns in galled eyes of weeping souls, that excellent grand tyrant of the earth, thy womb let loose to chase us to our graves. Oh, upright, just, and true disposing God, how do I thank thee that this carnal cur preys on the issue of his mother's body, and makes her pew fellow with the other's moan.
O Harry's wife, triumph not in my woes. God witness with me, I have wept for thine.
Bear with me, I am hungry for revenge, and now I cloy me with beholding it. Thy Edward, he is dead that killed my Edward. The other Edward dead to quit my Edward. Young York, he is but boot, because both they matched not the high perfection of my loss. Thy Clarence is dead that stabbed my Edward, and the beholders of this frantic play, the adulterate Hastings, Rivers, Vaughan, Grey, untimely smothered in their dusky graves. Richard yet lives, hell's black intelligencer, only reserved by their factor to buy souls and send them thither, but at hand, ensues his piteous and unpitied end. Earth gapes, hell burns, fiends roar, saints pray to have him suddenly conveyed from hence. Cancel his bond of life, dear God, I pray, that I may live and say the dog is dead.
Thou didst prophesy the time would come that I would wish for thee to help me curse that bottled spider, that foul bunchback toad.
I called thee then, vain flourish of my fortune, I called thee then, poor shadow-painted queen, the presentation of but what I was, the flattering index of a direful pageant, one heaved aside to be hurled down below, a mother only mocked with two fair babes, a dream of what thou wast, a garish flag to be the aim of every dangerous shot, a sign of dignity, a breath, a bubble, a queen in jest, only to fill the scene. Where is thy husband now? Where be thy brothers? Where be thy sons? Wherein dost thou joy? Who sues and kneels and says, God save the queen? Where be the bending peers that flattered thee? Where be the thronging troops that followed thee? Decline all this and see what now thou art. For happy wife, a most distressed widow. For joyful mother, one that wails the name. For one being sued to one that humbly sues. For queen, a very caitiff crowned with care. For she that scorned at me, now scorned of me. For she being feared of all, now fearing one. For she commanding all, obeyed of none. Thus hath the course of justice whirled about, and left thee but a very prey to time, having no more but thought of what thou wast, to torture thee the more, being what thou art. Thou didst usurp my place, and dost thou not usurp the just proportion of my sorrow? Now thy proud neck bears half my burthened yoke, from which even here I slip my wearied head, and leave the burthen, all of it, on thee. Farewell, York's wife and queen of sad mischance. These English woes shall make me smile in France.
O thou well skilled in curses, stay a while, and teach me how to curse mine enemies.
Forbear to sleep the night and fast the day. Compare dead happiness with living woe. Think that thy babes were sweeter than they were, and he that slew them fouler than he is. Bettering thy loss makes the bad causer worse. Revolving this will teach thee how to curse.
My words are dull. Oh, quicken them with thine.
Thy woes will make them sharp and pierce like mine.
Why should calamity be full of words?
When the attorneys to their client woes, airy succeeders of intestate joys, poor breathing orators of miseries, let them have scope, though what they do impart help not at all, yet do they ease the heart.
If so, then be not tongue-tied, go with me, and in the breath of bitter words, that smother my damned son, that thy two sweet sons smothered. The trumpet sounds, be copious in exclaims.
Enter King Richard and his train.
Who intercepts me in my expedition?
Oh, she that might have intercepted thee by strangling thee in her accursed womb from all the slaughters, wretch, that thou hast done.
Hidest thou that forehead with a golden crown? Where should be graven, if that right were right, the daughter of the prince that owed that crown, and the dire death of my two sons and brothers? Tell me, thou villain slave, where are my children?
Thou toad, where is thy brother Clarence and little Ned Plantagenet, his son?
Where is kind Hastings, Rivers, Vaughan, Gray?
Where is kind Hastings?
A flourish, trumpet, strike alarum drums. Let not the heavens hear these telltale women rail on their lord's anointed. Strike, I say.
Flourish, alarums.
Either be patient and entreat me fair, or with the clamorous report of war, thus I will drown your explanations.
Art thou my son?
Aye, I thank God, my father, and yourself.
Then patiently hear my impatience.
Madam, I have a touch of your condition that cannot brook the accent of reproof.
Oh, let me speak.
Do then, but I'll not hear.
I will be mild and gentle in my words.
And brief, good mother, for I am in haste.
Art thou so hasty? I have stayed for thee. God knows, in torment and in agony,
And came I not at last to comfort you?
No, by the holy rood, thou knowest well, thou camest on earth to make the earth my hell. A grievous burthen was thy birth to me, tetchy and wayward was thy infancy, thy school days frightful, desperate, wild, and furious, thy prime of manhood, daring, bold, and venturous, thy age confirmed, proud, subtle, sly, and bloody, more mild but yet more harmful, kind in hatred. What comfortable hour canst thou name that ever graced me with thy company?
Faith, none but Humphrey Hower that called your grace to breakfast once, forth of my company. If I be so disgracious in your eye, let me march on and not offend you, madam. Strike up the drum.
I prithee hear me speak.
You speak too bitterly.
Hear me a word, for I shall never speak to thee again.
So?
Either thou wilt die by God's just ordinance, ere from this war thou turn a conqueror, or I with grief and extreme age shall perish, and never more behold thy face again. Therefore take with thee my most grievous curse, which in the day of battle tire thee more than all the complete armor that thou wearest. My prayers on the adverse party fight, and there the little souls of Edward's children whisper the spirits of thine enemies, and promise them success and victory. Bloody thou art, bloody will be thy end. Shame serves thy life, and doth thy death attend.
Far more cause, yet much less spirit to curse abides in me. I say amen to all.
Stay, madam, I must talk a word with you.
I have no more sons of the royal blood for thee to murder. For my daughters, Richard, they shall be praying nuns, not weeping queens, and therefore level not to hit their lives.
You have a daughter called Elizabeth, virtuous and fair, royal and gracious.
And must she die for this? Oh, let her live, and I'll corrupt her manners, stain her beauty, slander myself as false to Edward's bed, throw over her the veil of infamy, so that she may live unscarred of bleeding. Daughter, I will confess she was not Edward's daughter.
Wrong, not her birth. She's a royal princess.
To save her life, I'll say she is not so.
Her life is safest only by her birth.
And only in that safety died her brothers.
Lo, at their birth, good stars were opposite.
No, to their lives bad friends were contrary.
All unavoided is the doom of destiny.
True, when avoided grace makes destiny. My babes were destined to a fairer death, if grace had blessed thee with a fairer life.
You speak as if I had slain my cousins.
Cousins indeed, and by their uncle cousined of comfort, kingdom, kindred, freedom, life, whose hands so ever lanced their tender hearts, thy head all directly gave direction. No doubt the murderous knife was dull and blunt till it was whetted on the stone hard heart, to revel in the entrails of my lambs. But that still use of grief makes wild grief tame. My tongue should to thy ears not name my boys, till that my nails were anchored in thine eyes. And I, in such a desperate bay of death, like a poor bark of sails and tackling reft, rush all to pieces on thy rocky bosom.
Madam, so thrive I in my enterprise and dangerous success of bloody wars, as I intend more good to you and yours than ever you and yours by me were harmed.
What good is covered with the face of heaven, to be discovered that can do me good?
The advancement of thy children, gentle lady.
Up to some scaffold? To lose their heads?
Unto the dignity and height of fortune, the high imperial type of this earth's glory.
Flatter my sorrows with report of it. Tell me what state, what dignity, what honor canst thou demise to any child of mine?
Even all I have, and myself and all, will I withal endow a child of thine. So in the lethe of thy angry soul thou drown the sad remembrance of those wrongs which thou supposed I had done to thee.
Brief, lest now the process of thy kindness lasts longer than thy kindness's date.
Then know that from my soul I love thy daughter.
My daughter's mother thinks it with her soul.
What do you think?
That thou dost love my daughter from thy soul? So from thy soul's love didst thou love her brothers? And from my heart's love I do thank you for it.
Be not so hasty to confound my meaning. I mean that with my soul I love thy daughter, and do intend to make her Queen of England.
Say then, who dost thou mean shall be her king?
Even he that makes her queen. Who else should be?
What, thou?
Yes. Even so, how think you of it?
How canst thou woo her?
That would I learn of you, as being best acquainted with her humor.
And wilt thou learn of me?
Madam, with all my heart.
Send to her, by the man who slew her brothers, a pair of bleeding hearts, thereon engraved Edward and York. Then haply she will weep. Therefore present to her, as sometime Margaret did to thy father, steeped in Rutland's blood, a handkerchief, which say to her to drain the purple sap from her sweet brother's body, and bid her dry her weeping eyes therewith. If this inducement force her not to love, send her a story of thy noble acts. Tell her thou madest away her uncle Clarence, her uncle Rivers, yea, and for her sake madest quick conveyance with her good Aunt Anne.
You mock me, madam. This is not the way to win your daughter.
There is no other way, unless thou couldst put on some other shape, and not be Richard that hath done all this.
Say that I did all this for love of her.
Nay, then indeed she cannot choose but hate thee, having brought love with such a bloody spoil.
Look, what's done cannot be now amended. Men shall deal unvisedly sometimes, which after hours gives leisure to repent. If I to take the kingdom from your sons, to make amends I'll give it to your daughter. If I have killed the issue of your womb, to quicken your increase, I will beget mine issue of your blood upon your daughter. A grandam's name is little less in love than is the doting title of a mother. They are as children, but one step below, even of your metal, of your very blood, of all one pain, save for a night of groans, endured of her in whom you bid like sorrow. Your children were vexation to your youth, but mine shall be a comfort to your age. The loss you have is but a son being king, and by that loss your daughter is made queen. I cannot make you what amends I would, therefore accept such kindness as I can. Dorset, your son, that with a fearful soul leads discontented steps in foreign soil, this fair alliance quickly shall call home to high promotions and great dignity. The king that calls your beauteous daughter wife, familiarly call thy Dorset brother. Again you shall be mother to a queen, and all the ruins of distressful times repaid with double riches of content. What, we have many goodly days to see. The liquid drops of tears that you have shed shall come again, transformed to orient pearl, advantaging their love with interest, oft times double gain of happiness. Go then, my mother, to thy daughter go. Make bold her bashful years with your experience. Prepare her ears to hear a wooer's tale. Put in her the tender heart, the aspiring flame of golden sovereignty. Acquaint the princess with the sweet, silent hours of marriage joys. And when this arm of mine hath chastised the petty rebel, dull-brained Buckingham, bound with triumphant garlands will I come and lead thy daughter to a conqueror's bed, to whom I will retell my conquest won, and she shall be sole victoress, Caesar's Caesar.
What were I best to say? Her father's brother would be her lord? Or shall I say her uncle? Or he that slew her brothers and her uncles? Under what title shall I woo for thee, that God, the law, my honor, and her love can make seem pleasing to her tender years?
Infer fair England's peace by this alliance,
which she shall purchase with still lasting war.
Tell her the king that may command entreats,
And at her hands, which the king's king forbids.
Say she shall be a high and mighty queen,
To wail the title as her mother doth.
Say I will love her everlastingly,
But how long shall that title ever last?
Sweetly enforced until her fair lives end.
But how long fairly shall her sweet life last?
As long as heaven and nature lengthens it.
As long as Helen Richard likes of it.
Say I, her sovereign, am her subject low.
She, your subject, loathes such sovereignty.
Be eloquent in my behalf to her.
Oh, an honest tale speeds best being plainly told.
Then plainly to tell her, tell my loving tale.
Plain and not honest is too harsh a style.
Your reasons are too shallow and too quick.
Oh no, my reasons are too deep and dead. Too deep and dead, poor infants in their grave.
Harp on it still. Harp not on that string, madam. That is past. Now by my George, my garter, my crown.
Oh, profane dishonor, and the third usurped.
I swear.
I nothing, for this is no oath. The George profaned hath lost his holy honor. The garter unblemished pawned his knightly virtue. The crown usurped, disgraced his kingly glory. If something thou wilt swear to be believed, swear then by something that thou hast not wronged.
Then by myself.
'Tis full of thy foul wrongs.
Now by the world.
Oh, thy
My
life,
father's death.
thy life hast thou dishonored.
Why then by heaven.
God's wrong is most of all. If thou hadst feared to break an oath by him, the unity the king thy brother made hath not been broken, nor my brother slain. If thou hadst feared to break an oath by him, the imperial medal circling now thy brow had graced the temples, the tender temples of my child, and both the princes had been breathing here, which now two tender playfellows for dust thy broken faith hath made a prey for worms. What canst thou swear by now?
The time to come.
Thou hast wrong in the time or past, for I myself have many tears to wash here after time, for time past wrong by thee. The children live whose parents thou hast slaughtered, ungoverned youth to wail it in their age. The parents live whose children thou hast butchered, old withered plants to wail it with thy age. Swear not by time to come, for that thou hast misused, ere used by time misused or past.
As I intend to prosper and repent, so thrive I in my dangerous affairs of hostile arms. Myself confound. Heaven and fortune, bar me happy hours. Day, yield me not thy light, nor night thy rest. Be opposite all planets of good luck to my proceeding, if with dear heart's love, immaculate devotion, holy thoughts, I tender not thy beauteous princely daughter. In her consists my happiness and thine. Without her follows to myself and thee, herself, the land, and many Christian soul, death, desolation, ruin, and decay. It cannot be avoided but by this. I will not be avoided but by this. Therefore, dear mother, I must call you so. Be the attorney in my love to her, plead what I will be, not what I have been, not my deserts, but what I will deserve, urge the necessity and state of times, and be not peevish found in great designs.
Shall I be tempted by the devil thus?
Aye, if the devil tempt you to do good.
Shall I forget myself to be myself?
Aye, if your self's remembrance wrong yourself.
Thou didst kill my children.
But in your daughter's womb I bury them, where in that nest of spicery they will breed selves of themselves to your recomforture.
Shall I go win my daughter to thy will?
And be a happy mother by the deed.
I go. Write to me very shortly, and you shall understand from me her mind.
Bear her my true love's kiss, and so farewell. Relenting fool and shallow changing woman. How now, what news?
Enter Ratcliffe.
Most mighty sovereign, on the western coast rideth a puissant navy. To the shore throng many doubtful, hollow-hearted friends, unarmed and unresolved to beat them back. 'Tis thought that Richmond is their admiral, and there they hull, expecting but the aid of Buckingham to welcome them ashore.
Some lightfoot friend post you, Duke of Norfolk. Radcliffe thyself or Catesby, where is he?
Here, my good lord.
Catesby, fly to the Duke.
I will, my lord, with all convenient haste.
Catesby, come hither, post to Salisbury. When thou comest, there's a dull-minded villain. Why stayest thou here and goest not to the Duke?
First, mighty liege, tell me your highness's pleasure, what from your grace I shall deliver to him.
Oh, true, good Catesby. Bid him levy straight the greatest strength and power that he can make, and meet me suddenly at Salisbury.
I go.
What may please you shall I do at Salisbury?
Why, what wouldst thou do there before I go?
Your Highness told me I should post before.
My mind is changed.
Enter Lord Stanley.
Stanley, what's the news with you?
None, my liege, but to please you with the hearing, nor none so bad as well may be reported.
Boy, day, a riddle, neither good nor bad. What needst thou run so many miles about, when thou mayst tell thy tale the nearest way? Once more, what news?
Richmond is on the seas.
There let him sink, and be the seas on him, white-livered runagate. What doth he there?
I don't know, mighty sovereign, but I guess.
Well, as you guess.
Stirred up by Dorset, Buckingham, and Wharton, he makes for England, here to claim the crown.
Is the chair empty? Is the sword unswayed? Is the king dead? The empire unpossessed? What heir of York is there alive but we? And who is England's king but great York's heir? Then tell me, what makes he upon the seas?
Unless for that, my liege, I cannot guess.
Unless for that he comes to be your liege. You cannot guess wherefore the Welshman comes? Thou wilt revolt and fly to him, I fear.
No, my good lord, therefore distrust me not.
Where's their power then to beat him back? Where be thy tenants, thy followers? Are they not now upon the western shores, safe conducting the rebels from their ships?
No, my good lord, my friends are in the north.
Cold friends to me, what do they in the north when they should serve their sovereign in the west?
They have not been commanded, mighty king. Pleases your majesty to give me leave, I'll muster up my friends and meet your grace, where and what time your majesty shall please.
Aye, thou wouldst be gone to join with Richmond, but I'll not trust thee.
Most mighty sovereign, you have no cause to hold my friendship doubtful. I never was nor never will be false.
Go then and muster men, but leave behind your sons, George Stanley. Look, your heart be firm, or else his head's assurance is but frail.
So deal with him as I prove true to you.
Exit Stanley. Enter a messenger.
My gracious sovereign, now in Devonshire, as I by friends am well advertised, Sir Edward Courtney and the haughty prelate, Bishop of Exeter, his elder brother, with many mo confederates are in arms.
Enter another messenger. In Kent, my liege, the Guilfords are in arms, and every hour more competitors flock to the rebels, and their power grows strong. Enter another messenger. My lord, the army of great Buckingham.
Out on ye, owls, nothing but songs of death.
Striketh him.
There, take thou that till thou bring better news.
The news I have to tell your majesty is that by sudden floods and fall of waters, Buckingham's army is dispersed and scattered, and he himself wandered away alone. No man knows whither.
I cry thee mercy, there's my purse to cure that blow of thine. Hath any well-advised friend proclaimed reward to him that brings the traitor in?
Such proclamation hath been made, my lord. Enter another messenger.
Thomas Lovell and Lord Marquis Dorset, 'tis said my liege in Yorkshires are in arms. But this good comfort bring I to your highness. The Britain navy is dispersed by tempest. Richmond, Dorsetshire sent out a boat unto the shore to ask those on the banks if they were his assistants, yea or no. Who answered him, they came from Buckingham upon his party. He, mistrusting them, hoist sail and made his course again for Brittany.
March on, since we are up in arms, if not to fight with foreign enemies, yet to beat down these rebels here at home.
Enter Catesby.
Liege, the Duke of Buckingham is taken. That is the best news. My liege, the Duke of Buckingham is taken. That is the best news. That the Earl of Richmond is with a mighty power landed at Milford is colder news, but yet they must be told.
Away towards Salisbury while we reason here, a royal battle may be won and lost. Some take order Buckingham be brought to Salisbury, the rest march on with me.
Flourish, exeunt, sine quarta, enter Derby and Sir Christopher.
Sir Christopher, tell Richmond this for me. That in the sty of the most deadly boar, my son George Stanley is franked up in hold. If I revolt, off goes young George's head. The fear of that holds off my present aid, so get thee gone, commend me to thy lord. Withal say that the queen hath heartily consented he should espouse Elizabeth her daughter. But tell me, where is princely Richmond now?
At Pembroke, or at Hereford, west in Wales.
What men of name resort to him?
Oh, Sir Walter Herbert, a renowned soldier, Sir Gilbert Talbot, Sir William Stanley, Oxford, redoubted Pembroke, Sir James Blunt, and Rice ap Thomas, with a valiant crew, and many other of great name and worth. And towards London do they bend their power, if by the way they be not fought withal.
Well, hie thee to thy lord. I kiss his hand. My letter will resolve him of my mind. Farewell.
Exeunt. Actus quintus scena prima. Enter Buckingham with halberds, led to execution.
Will not King Richard let me speak with him?
No, my good lord, therefore be patient.
Hastings and Edward's children, Grey and Rivers, holy King Henry and thy fair son Edward Vaughan, and all that have miscarried by underhand corrupted foul injustice, is that your moody
It is. I'm not hearing you.
damn. Hastings, Edward's children, Grey and Rivers, holy King Henry and thy fair son Edward Vaughan, and all that have miscarried by underhand corrupted foul injustice, if that your moody discontented souls do through the clouds behold this present hour, even for revenge mock my destruction. This is All Souls' Day, fellow, is it not?
It is. All Souls Day, all day. I can't hear you, my lord. You seem to have muted yourself.
Why then All Souls' Day is my body's doom day. This is the day which in King Edward's time I wished might fall on me, when I was found false to his children and his wives' allies. This is the day wherein I wished to fall by the false faith of him whom I most trusted. This All Souls' Day to my fearful soul is the determined respite of my wrongs. And that high all-seer which I dallied with hath turned my feigned prayer on my head, and given in earnest what I begged in jest. Thus doth he force the swords of wicked men to turn their own points in their masters' bosoms. Thus Margaret's curse falls heavy on my neck, when he, quoth he, shall split thy heart with sorrow. Remember, Margaret was a prophetess. Come lead me, officers, to the block of shame. Wrong hath but wrong, and blame the due of blame.
Exeunt Buckingham with officers. Scena Secunda. Enter Richmond, Oxford, Blunt, Herbert, and others with drums and colours.
Fellows in arms and my most loving friends, bruised underneath the yoke of tyranny, thus far into the bowels of the land, have we marched on without impediment, and here receive we from our father Stanley lines of fair comfort and encouragement. The wretched, bloody, and usurping boar that spoiled your summer fields and fruitful vines swills your warm blood like wash, and makes his trough in your emboweled bosoms. This foul swine is even now in the century of this isle, near to the town of Leicester, as we learn. From Tamworth thither is but one day's march. In God's name, cheerly on, courageous friends, to reap the harvest of perpetual peace, and by this one bloody trial of sharp war.
Oxford? Oxford is Eleanor? No. No, I guess Eleanor isn't there. Anton, are you available? Could you read Oxford for us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Every man's conscience is 1,000 men to fight against this guilty homicide.
I doubt not, but his friends will turn to us.
He hath no friends, but what are friends for fear, which in his dearest need will fly from
all for our vantage. Then in God's name march. True hope is swift and flies with swallows' wings. Kings it makes gods, and meaner creatures kings.
Exeunt omnes. Enter King Richard in arms with Norfolk, Ratcliffe, and the Earl of Surrey.
Here pitch our tent, even here in Bosworth's field, my lord of Surrey. Why look you so sad?
Anton, could you also take Surrey, actually?
My heart is 10 times lighter than my looks.
My lord of Norfolk.
Here, most gracious liege.
Norfolk, we must have our knocks, huh? Must we not?
Norfolk, we must both give and take, my loving lord.
Up with my tent, here will I lie tonight, but where tomorrow? Well, all's one for that. Who hath described the number of the traitors?
6,000 or 7,000 is their utmost power.
Why, our battalion trebles that account. Besides, the king's name is a tower of strength, which they upon the adverse faction want. Up with the tent. Come, noble gentlemen, let's survey the vantage of the ground, call some men of sound direction. Let's lack no discipline, make no delay, for lords, tomorrow is a busy day.
Exeunt. Enter Richmond, Sir William Brandon, Oxford, and Dorset.
The weary sun hath made a golden set, and by the bright tract of this fiery care gives token of a goodly day tomorrow. Sir William Brandon, you shall bear my standard. Give me some ink and paper in my tent. I'll draw the form and model of our battle. Limit each leader to his several charge, and part in just proportion our small power. My Lord of Oxford, you, Sir William Brandon, and you, Sir Walter Herbert, stay with me. The Earl of Pembroke keeps his regiment. Good Captain Blunt, bear my good night to him, and by the 2nd hour in the morning desire the Earl to see me in my tent. Yet one more thing, good Captain. Do for me, where is Lord Stanley quartered, do you know?
Lest I have mistaken his colours much, which well I am assured I have not done. His regiment lies half a mile at least south from the mighty power of the king.
You think I hear music?
If it would peril it be possible, sweet Blunt, make some good means to speak with him, and give me this most needful note.
Blunt.
Upon my life, my lord, I'll undertake it, and so God give you quiet rest tonight.
Good night, good Captain Blunt. Come, gentlemen, let us consult upon tomorrow's business. Into my tent. The dew is raw and cold.
They withdraw into the tent. Enter Richard, Ratcliffe, Norfolk, and Catesby.
What is the clock? Is it supper time, my lord?
It's supper time, my lord. It's 9 o'clock.
I will not sup tonight. Give me some ink and paper. What? Is my beaver easier than it was? And all my armor laid to my tent?
It is, my liege, and all things are in readiness.
Good Norfolk. Hie thee to thy charge. Use careful watch. Choose trusty sentinels.
Norfolk?
I go, my lord.
Stir with a lark tomorrow, gentle Norfolk.
I warrant you, my lord.
Exit.
Radcliffe?
My lord.
Send out Pursuivant at arms to Stanley's regiment. Bid him bring his power before the sun rising, lest his son George fall into the blind cave of eternal night. And fill me a bowl of wine. Give me a watch. Saddle white Surrey for the field tomorrow. Look that my staves be sound and not too heavy. Radcliffe.
My lord.
Saw'st thou the melancholy Lord Northumberland?
Thomas the Earl of Surrey and himself, much about cockstop time, from troop to troop went through the army, cheering up the soldiers.
So, I'm satisfied. Give me a bowl of wine. I've not had that alacrity of spirit nor cheer of mind that I was wont to have. Set it down. Is ink and paper ready?
It is, my lord.
Bid my guard watch. Leave me. Radcliffe, about the mid of night, come to my tent and help to arm me. Leave me, I say.
Exit Ratcliffe. Enter Darby to Richmond in his tent.
Fortune and victory sit on my helm.
My Lord of Richmond.
Me?
Angus, you there? There's Richmond.
All comfort that the dark night can afford be to thy person, noble father-in-law. Tell me, how fair is our noble mother?
I, by attorney, bless thee from thy mother, who prays continually for Richmond's good. So much for that. The silent hour is still on, and flaky darkness breaks within the east. And brief, for so the season bids us be, prepare thy battle early in the morning, and put thy fortune to the armament of bloody strokes and mortal staring war. I, as I may, that which I would I cannot. With best advantage will deceive the time, and aid thee in this doubtful shock of arms. But on my side I may not be too forward, least being seen, thy brother, tender George, be executed in his father's sight. Farewell. The leisure and the fearful time cuts off the ceremonious vows of love, and ample interchange of sweet discourse, which so sundered friends shall dwell upon. God give us leisure for these rites of love. Once more, adieu. Be valiant and speed well.
Good lords, conduct him to his regiment. I'll strive with troubled noise to take a nap, lest leaden slumber appease me down tomorrow, when I should mount the wings of victory. Once more, good night, kind lords and gentlemen.
Exeunt, Mane Richmond.
O thou, whose captain I account myself, look on my forces with a gracious eye. Put in their hands thy bruising irons of wrath, that they may crush down with a heavy fall the usurping helmets of our adversaries. Make us thy ministers of chastisement, that we may praise thee in thy victory. To thee I do commend my watchful soul, ere I let fall the windows of mine eyes. Sleeping and waking, oh, defend me still.
Sleeps. Enter the ghost of Prince Edward, son to Henry VI. Our ghost was supposed to be also Eleanor, so if someone else could step in.
Let me sit heavy on thy soul tomorrow. Think that how thou stabbedst me in my prime of youth at Tewkesbury. Despair, therefore, and die.
Be cheerful, Richmond, for the wrong souls of butchered princes fight in thy behalf. King Henry's issue, Richmond, confronts thee.
Enter the ghost of Henry VI. When I was mortal, my anointed body by thee was punctured full of holes. Think on the tower and me, despair and die. Harry VI bids thee despair and die. Virtuous and holy be thou, conqueror. Harry, that prophesied thou shouldst be king, doth comfort thee in sleep. Live and flourish.
Enter the ghost of Clarence.
Let me sit heavy in thy soul tomorrow. I that was washed to death with fulsome wine. Poor Clarence, by thy guile betrayed to death. Tomorrow in the battle think on me and fall thy edgeless sword, despair and die.
Richmond.
It's actually to Richmond. It's the same ghost really continuing on. They say one thing to Richard and then the something to Richmond. I realize my prefixes are not really clear on that here. My apologies. But that's, again, picking it up from the folio. So to Richmond now.
Thou offspring of the house of Lancaster, the wrong heirs of York do pray for thee. Good angels guard thy battle, live and flourish.
Into the ghosts of Rivers, Grey and Vaughan.
Let me sit heavy in thy soul tomorrow, Rivers, that died at Pomfret, despair and die.
Think upon Grey, and let thy soul despair.
Think upon Vaughan, fear, let fall thy life, die. Away.
And think our wrongs in Richard's bosom will conquer him. Awake and win the day.
Enter the ghost of Lord Hastings. Someone, since our Hastings.
Bloody and guilty, guilty awake, and in a bloody battle in thy days, Think on Lord Hastings' despair and die.
Quiet, untroubled soul, awake, awake, arm, fight, and conquer for fair England's sake.
Enter the ghosts of the two young princes.
Dream on, thy cousins smothered in the tower. Let us be laid within thy bosom, Richard, and weigh thee down to ruin, shame, and death. Thy nephew's soul bids thee despair and die.
Toast to Richmond.
Sleep, Richmond, sleep in peace and wake in joy. Good angels guard thee from the boar's annoy. Live and beget a happy race of kings. Edward's unhappy sons do bid thee flourish.
Enter the ghost of Anne, his wife.
Richard, thy wife, that wretched Anne, thy wife, that never slept a quiet hour with thee, now fills thy sleep with perturbations. Tomorrow in the battle think on me, and fall thy edgeless sword, despair, and die.
Toast to Richmond.
Thy quiet soul.
Thou quiet soul, sleep thou a quiet sleep. Dream of success and happy victory. Thy adversary's wife doth pray for thee.
Enter the ghost of Buckingham.
First was I that helped thee to the crown. At last was I that felt thy tyranny. Oh, in the battle think on Buckingham, and die in terror of thy guiltiness. Dream on of blood deeds and death. Fainting despair, despairing, yield thy breath.
I died for hope, ere I could lend thee aid. But cheer thy heart, and be thou not dismayed. God and good angels fight on Richmond's side, and Richard fall in height of all his pride.
Richard starts out of his dream.
Give me another horse. Bind up my wounds. Have mercy. Jesu. Soft, I did but dream. Oh, cowardice. Coward conscience. How dost thou afflict me? The lights burn blue. It's not dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What? Do I fear myself? There's none else by. Richard loves Richard. That is, I am I. Is there a murderer here? No. Yes. I am. Then fly. What? From myself? Upon myself? Alack, I love myself. Wherefore? For any good that I myself have done unto myself? Oh no, alas. I rather hate myself for hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain, yet I lie, I'm not. Fool, of thyself speak well. Fool, do not flatter. My conscience has 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue brings in a several tale, and every tale condemns me for a villain. Perjury in the highest degree, murder, stern murder in the direst degree, all several sins, all used in each degree, throng all to the bar, crying all guilty, guilty. I shall despair, there is no creature loves me, and if I die, no soul shall pity me. Nay, wherefore should they, since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself. Methought the souls of all that I had murdered came to my tent, and every one did threat tomorrow's vengeance on the head of Richard.
My lord.
Is there?
Ratcliffe, my lord, 'tis I. The early village cock hath priced on salutations in the morn. Your friends are up and buckle on their armor.
Oh, Ratcliffe, I fear. I fear.
Radcliffe. Nay, good my lord, be not afraid.
We're skipping over a line that I have in my edition.
Well,
nay, good my lord, be not afraid of shadows.
By the Apostle Paul, shadows tonight have stroke more terror into the soul of Richard than can the substance of 10,000 soldiers armed in proof and led by shallow Richmond. 'Tis not yet near day. Come, go with me under our tents. I'll play the eavesdropper to hear if any mean to shrink from me.
Exeunt Richard and Ratcliffe enter the lords to Richmond, sitting in his tent. Good morrow, Richmond.
Cry mercy, lords and watchful gentlemen. You have been a hardy sluggard here.
How have you slept, my lord?
The sweetest sleep, the fairest boding dreams that ever entered in a drowsy head. Have I since your departure had, my lords? Methought their souls, whose bodies rich, murdered, came to my tent and cried on victory. I promise you my heart is very jocund in the remembrance of so fair a dream. How far into the morning is it, lords?
Upon the stroke of 4.
Why, then 'tis time to arm and give direction.
His oration.
More than I have said, loving countrymen, the leisure and enforcement of the time forbids to dwell upon. Yet remember this, God, our good cause, fight upon our side. The prayers of holy saints and wronged souls, like reared bulwarks, stand before our faces, Richard except. Those whom we fight against had rather have us win than him they follow. For what is he they follow? Truly, gentlemen, a bloody tyrant and a homicide, one raised in blood and one in blood established, one that made means to come by what he hath, and slaughtered those that were the means to help him. A base foul stone, made precious by the soil of England's chair, where he is falsely set, one that hath ever been God's enemy. Then if you fight against God's enemy, God will in justice ward you as his soldiers. If you do swear to put a tyrant down, you sleep in peace, the tyrant being slain. If you do fight against your country's foes, your country's fat shall pay your pains the higher. If you do fight in safeguard of your wives shall welcome home the conquerors. If you do free your children from the sword, your children's children quits it in your age. Then in the name of God and all these rights, advance your standards, draw your willing swords. For me, the ransom of my bold attempt shall be this cold corpse of the earth's cold face. But if I thrive, the gain of my attempt, the least of you shall share his part thereof. Sound drums and trumpets boldly and cheerfully. God and St. George, Richmond and victory.
Enter King Richard, Ratcliffe, and Catesby.
What said Northumberland as touching Richmond?
That he was never trained up in arms.
He said the truth. And that what said Surrey then?
He smiled and said the better for our purpose.
He was in the right. And so indeed it is. Tell the clock there. Give me a calendar. Who saw the sun today?
Aye, my lord.
Then he disdains to shine, for by the book he should have braved the east an hour ago. A black day will it be to somebody. Radcliffe.
My lord.
The sun will not be seen today. The sky doth frown and lower upon our army. I would these dewy tears were from the ground and not shine today. Why, what is that to me more than to Richmond? For the self same heaven that frowns on me looks sadly upon him.
Enter Norfolk.
Arm, my lord, for God is in the field.
Come, bustle, bustle. Comparison my horse, call up Lord Stanley, bid him bring his power. I will lead forth my soldiers to the plain, and thus my battle shall be ordered. My forward shall be drawn in length, consisting equally of horse and foot. Our archers shall be placed in the midst. John, Duke of Norfolk, Thomas, Earl of Sully, shall have the leading of foot and horse, and they thus directed we will flow in the main battle, whose puissance on either side shall be well winged with our chiefest horse. This and St. George to boot. What thinkst thou, Norfolk?
A good direction, warlike sovereign, and found on my tent this morning.
A thing devised by the enemy. Go, gentlemen, every man to his charge. Let not our babbling dreams affright our souls, for conscience is a word that cowards use. Devise that first to keep the strong in awe. Our strong arms be your conscience, swords our law. March on, join bravely. Let us too pell-mell. If not to heaven, then hand in hand to hell. What shall I say more than I have inferred? Remember whom thou art to cope withal, a sort of vagabonds, rascals, and runaways, the scum of Britons and base lackey peasants, whom their o'ercloyed country vomits forth to desperate adventures and assured destruction. You sleeping safe, they bring you to unrest. You having lands and blessed with beauteous wives, they would restrain the one, disdain the other. And who doth lead them but a paltry fellow, long kept in Britain at our mother's cost, a milksop, one that never in his life felt so much cold as o'er his shoes in snow. Let's whip these stranglers o'er the seas again, lash hence these o'erweening rags of France, these famished beggars, weary of their lives, who, but for dreaming on this fond exploit, for want of means, poor rats, had hanged themselves. If we be conquered, let men conquer us, and not these bastard Britons, from whom our fathers have in their own land beaten, bobbed, and thumped, and on record let them the heirs of shame. Shall these enjoy our lands, lie with our wives, ravish our daughters? I hear the drum. Right, gentlemen of England, fight boldly, yeomen, draw archers, draw your arrows to the head, spur your proud horses hard, and ride in blood, amaze the welkin with your broken staves. What says Lord Stanley? Will he bring his power?
My lord, he doth deny to come.
Off with his son George's head.
My lord, the enemy is past the march. After the battle, let George Stanley die.
1,000 hearts are great within my bosom. Advance our standards, set about our foes our ancient word of courage. Fair St. George, inspire us with the spleen of fiery dragons. Upon them, victory sits on our helps.
Alarums, excursions, enter Catesby.
Rescue, my lord of Norfolk, rescue, rescue. The king enacts more wonders than a man, daring and opposite to every danger. His horse is slain, and all on foot he fights, seeking for Richmond in the throat of death. Rescue, fair lord, or else the day is lost.
A horse, my kingdom for a horse.
Withdraw, my lord, I'll help you to a horse.
Slave, I've set my life upon a cast, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse, my kingdom for a horse.
Alarum, enter Richard and Richmond. They fight. Richard is slain. Retreat and flourish. Enter Richmond, Derby, bearing the crown with diverse other lords.
God and your arms be praised, victorious friends. The day is ours. The bloody dog is dead.
Courageous Richmond, well hast thou quit thee. Well, here these long usurped royalties from the dead temples of this bloody wretch have I plucked off to grace thy brows withal. Wear it and make much of it.
Great God of heaven, say amen to all. But tell me, is young George Stanley living?
He is, my lord, and safe in Leicester town, whither, if you please, we may withdraw us.
What men of name are slain on either side?
John, Duke of Norfolk, Walter, Lord Ferrers, Sir Robert Brokenberry, Mr. William Brandon.
Inter their bodies as become their births. Proclaim a pardon to the soldiers fled that in submission will return to us. And then as we obtain the sacrament, we will unite the white rose and the red. Smile heaven upon this fair conjunction that long have frowned upon their enmity. What traitor hears me and says not amen? England hath long been mad and scarred herself. The brother blindly shed the brother's blood. The father rashly slaughtered his own son. The son compelled been butcher to the sire. And this divided York and Lancaster, divided in their dire division. Oh, now let Richmond and Elizabeth, true succeeders of each other's house, by God's fair ordinance conjoin together, and let thy heirs, God, if thy will be so, enrich the time to come with smooth-faced peace, with smiling plenty, and with fair prosperous days. Abate the edge of traitors, gracious Lord, that would reduce these bloody days again, and make poor England weep in streams of blood. Let them not live to taste this land's increase, that would with treason wound this fair lord's peace. Now civil wounds are stopped, peace lives again, that she may long live here. God save, amen.
Excellent. Fini. Yay, great job. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carolyn, and everybody. Really, really terrific. Thank you. Really, this is fun. It is one of the longest plays. I think it's either like the second or third longest, and I'm pretty sure that Richard, next to Hamlet, is like the longest role. So excellent. And I really want to thank you all so much. And it does seem interesting, I think, because this was an early play, that he has so many of these huge speeches at the end.